All right.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. The mayor has called the meeting to order. Mayor Davey?
Here.
Councilmember Kaplan?
Here.
Councilmember Laredo?
Here.
Councilmember London?
Here.
Councilmember McCormick? Vice Mayor Moss?
Here.
Councilmember Segarola?
Here.
Mr. Mayor, we do have a quorum. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Mayor, unfortunately, Reverend Mandy Brady is not with us this evening.
Okay, well.
The next item is brief comments by council.
Right. I just had a few things. First, I wanted to recognize, the clerk pointed out, Bob Molinari passed away recently. So I wanted to send out condolences on behalf of the council to Pat and his family. Bob was a great longtime resident who did a lot for this community, and he will certainly be missed. Today is also the 30th anniversary of Hurricane Andrew. So I think it's important that we all realize where we've gotten from there. And by the way, we should be always looking to the tropics and make sure you're ready for them. Really great turnout in this community for the primary election. I think the average across Miami-Dade was about 19%, and we had approximately somewhere between 38 and 39%. So I really want to thank you all for doing your part, because voting's the way we make things happen. So thank you all for coming out and doing what you do. I want to remind everybody, talking about elections, tomorrow is the last day to qualify for our village council race. You've got to qualify before noon tomorrow, Thursday, the 25th. Finally, I want to restate this. We stated it at the budget workshop, or rather at the last meeting where we set the trim notice. The trim notice going out, and it's going to be issued at midnight tonight by the property appraiser's office. That trim notice contains a millage rate that is not our established millage. Okay, that's the cap. That's as high as we can go. This council, if you've been listening to us, has no intent of allowing our millage to be that high. We intend to bring it down from that number, and it's going to take us some work during the month of September to get there. But I want to reiterate to people, because people keep hearing this, oh, they've boosted the millage here. We're not doing that. We have no intention of doing that, and we're going to work hard to make sure that the budget that is approved is efficient and meets most of the expectations of the Village of Key Biscayne. So those are my comments. Anybody else? Councilmember Laredo.
I just want to briefly congratulate all three participants who ran for mayor. It's great to have people, diverse opinions, etc. Step forward. The two who passed on to the Joe and Fausto, and particularly also Katie, who ran a very good campaign. My ex-council member, I think she also needs to be congratulated for running a great campaign.
100%.
This is typical.
Anybody else? Okay, let's move on.
The next item is public comments.
Right. Sorry, I've got a bunch of things on my desk. First speaker, and if you could read the instructions for those folks in Zoom land.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. For those of you who are watching on Channel 77 or Channel 99 on AT&T Uverse or streaming live on our website, if you'd like to speak, please call 305-365-7569, then enter Zoom meeting ID number of 231-627-8415, followed by pound. There is no participant ID, and then press pound again. Then press 9, which will place you in a public comments queue. When it's your turn, you will be called upon by the last 3 digits of your telephone number. If you have joined through the Zoom app, please click the raise your hand button.
Thank you. Okay, our first speaker is William Fitzgerald. William, yes, come on up to the podium, sir, and just address us. Just your name and address to begin. You'll have 3 minutes.
I was really much further down on your program, but I'm up now for the variance.
Yeah. Oh, no, sir. I'm sorry. For the variance will be heard later, but this is public comments. So you signed up for public comments. You're more than welcome. You'll be able to speak on the variance if you like, but you can
Mayor, we prefer, if there's anybody here to speak on the variance item, wait until that item.
Right.
So we would prefer that.
Absolutely.
We're going to have to swear you guys in at that time.
Okay. Next up, we have Councilmember De La Cruz.
Mayor, what we wait is possibly as a courtesy, without causing any trouble, moving those items for the people who are here for those items
Well,
later.
that was one of my
Because they showed
things.
up at 5:45 and now.
No, that was one of my things to you. And actually, you're right, because we have other people for the sign ordinance all. If you
Yeah.
want to make the motion when we have the agenda items, I've got
Okay.
one, but we
All
can
right.
do all those.
Perfect.
Go ahead, Lucio, Councilmember.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Mr.
State-
Attorney.
Name and address.
What's that, sir?
Name and address.
Yes, sir. Luis De La Cruz, 640 Allendale. It's good to see you guys every once in a while. Thank you so much for letting me speak 2 seconds. I'm here only to talk to you about the really hard work that Jeremy and Steve have put together in order to put this Causeway Master Plan a la Village of Key Biscayne together. We finally seem to have a seat at the table. We need to keep that seat at the table. I urge you, please, to look at this plan. I know that it's a preliminary version of it, and I've sat with Councilmember Brett Moss, and he has some ideas that I think he'll share with you at some point. You know, he's not sure if he's ready to talk about them today or not, but I think we need to really make sure that we are realistic here. And I know that Miami-Dade is going to require us to be realistic, or require everybody to be realistic. And there's just no way that we can go in and out of Virginia Key with one express lane. It's never going to happen. Last Saturday, I was there at 4:30 in the afternoon, and I was leaving the Key to go to dinner with my family, and every lane on Virginia Key was moving cars, not from Virginia Key, but from Key Biscayne, leaving the causeway. There's no way that we can do that with one lane. So please rethink that. Jeremy, please rethink that. Put together something that makes a little bit more sense. That did make sense to me. So with a few tweaks, I think you've done a magnificent job. I mean, it's a really professional work that we finally got a planner to do for us. I also want to ask, are we going to expand our master plan to show where the Bearcut Bridge empties into Crandon Park? Because I'm not sure I saw that in our proposed plan. Or are we just going to keep it focused on Virginia Key? I don't know why, because I mean, Miami-Dade has to come up with a full causeway plan. And will we be envisioning, how we separate the bikes from the cars, which I think is everybody's concern. So with those thoughts, I'll leave it up to you guys. I know you'll do a great job with that. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Michelle Estevez, you're to speak about ordinances. You want to speak now or at the time? Well, or you can do both. Your call. You want to wait? Okay. All right. And then Joe Rasco.
Good evening, Joe Rasco, 310 West Heather Drive. Just a slight improvement. I've been talking to a lot of people over the last 60, 90 days. And when you talk to them about when they register some issue with the village, whether it's a complaint or a code enforcement issue, sometimes what I'm hearing is that there is no closure, that, the case doesn't get closed. And even though people go out and they talk to people, there doesn't seem to be a closure. So I think that if we could make our customer relations platform a little bit more robust, I think that would be very helpful and people would appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Oscar Sardinas.
Good evening, everyone. Oscar Sardinas, 575 Crandon Boulevard, apartment 612. This is kind of a feel-good comment. I just wanted to remind everyone we've had this incredibly successful opportunity to make a huge difference at the K8. I've had an opportunity to be there for the last week. It is palpable. The energy is amazing. None of this could have been done with all of your help and the entire community at large. I want to impress upon all of you, This is a real huge opportunity. There's a lot of things coming up that are incredibly important and a great opportunity to unify this community. I would like to take the momentum that we did with the K-8 and apply it to everything, the causeway, just all these resiliency projects. We have a real opportunity here. There has been some division over the last couple of years, and I think a lot of us have felt it, and we've made some really nice comments. Luis made a great comment today about the people that ran. This is all great. We have great people running as well, and I just want to say congratulations to the council and the whole community for coming around this amazing K-8, and also to invite you to please go meet the principal. She is absolutely remarkable, and she's doing really great for our kids so far. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, is there anybody else who'd like to speak? Ceci, why don't you?
Oh.
It's okay.
Cecile Sanchez, 260 Cypress Drive. I would like to ask you, we need a traffic study. I love the idea of getting a village design on improvements to kind of in our favor of what we conceive of the Z plan or the renovation of Virginia Key. But do we have a traffic study, and when is it going to be done? And shouldn't we have a traffic study of from the beginning of our village? We need to know how many people come to our parks, come to work here. We live here in and out. How many do we have on weekends and weekdays? What happens then from Bearcut Bridge? How many just go to Crandon Park or the golf course or whatever? So, I mean, the traffic is horrible. I know it's not going to go away. We have to put up with it. But this all impacts what happens in Virginia Key, regardless of all the activities that they can have there. My question is, how much are we investing in this plan? Number two, are we going to do something about from Bearcut Bridge, as Joe mentioned or Oscar mentioned, to here? And does the traffic study make things different? So what comes first, the traffic study or our plan? And how much is it going to cost, all of this? That's my questions. I hope maybe today we get some answers. Thank you.
Thank you. Fausto Gomez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Commissioners, Fausto Gomez, 765 Crandon Boulevard, Penthouse 10, Key Biscayne, 33149. Let me first congratulate the council and certainly the manager and Jeremy and the staff for putting a proposal together for the Rickenbacker Causeway. As you all know, this was suggested in 2019. It was brought to council at that time. Council did not act on that item then, and 3 years later, here we are. So let's get to the bottom line. It is a wonderful proposal. It is a good effort, but it is missing 4 key elements. Element number 1, it is missing a traffic study. Without a traffic study, it's basically squiggly lines on a piece of cardboard. Number 2, there is no discussion about governance. Number 3, there's no discussion about funding. And number 4, is this a public-private venture, or is it going to remain in public hands? Those are 4 key elements that I think need to be addressed before we even move forward on any proposal and submit it to the county. Finally, I think it's really not ready for prime time. I would suggest to you all, respectfully, that there be more community input, more community meetings prior to taking a vote and prior to transmitting it to the appropriate authorities. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Council.
Thank you. Okay, anybody else? Do we have anybody signed up? I think I see a hand raised, no? No, okay.
No one signed up.
Nobody? Okay. We will have another public comment section later in the evening. I'm going to close And we're going to do the next item.
Next item is the agenda, approval deferrals, additions, deletions, substitutions, withdrawals.
Right, I had one action, just one. I have 10G, the variance. They've asked to move that to the front of the resolutions.
10G.
So 10G, I'd like to put in front of 10A. That would be my ask. And I know you had a couple of asks. Councilmember Loretta?
Fine with me.
Okay, and then,
Oh, I just wanted to sort of in the same light to
Okay.
move up those people who are here.
right,
For that, and just to make clear, because sometimes we're not as inept as you think. We have state law that requires to have that 15-minute mini meeting that you may think it was ridiculous to push it on, but we had to do it under the law. So we want to send a courtesy to them since they came at 5:45,
that's fine.
which I think that would be great.
Yeah, and A
I think
and B are
that's,
going to be, A and B
Michelle
are going to be the same because you can't move A up any further than A.
Yeah,
Sorry.
Michelle and Francois are here, I
Right,
believe.
they're already here, but they're
the
already at the
signage.
top. I'm not trying to stick it to you, just so on the record. If I could, I would, but anyway, let's move on. All right, anybody else have any agenda items?
Where do you want to place this? Do you want to put this before 8C?
10G will go before 10A.
Is that the only change?
That's the only change because the two ordinances that we're going to hear are already A and B, so I don't see any, there's no point.
Unless you put 10E in front of 9A.
What's 10E? Why 10E?
I'm sorry, 10G.
No, 10G in front of 10A. I think it's a reso, so it stays with the resos.
Okay.
That's what I'm asking.
I
Okay?
have one little thing that can be either in the report on the Rickenbacker study or on your report, Mr. Manager. Can we address concretely the possibility, we talked about a lot about synchronizing, I know it's not our jurisdiction, the speed limit. It could be 35, it could be 45.
Can't be
or
35.
It can go 30, 35, whatever, because law-abiding citizens are doing their darners, and it's hard, it takes a half a second to say, oh, all of a sudden I'm at 30.
Why don't we have that on the
it's
Rickenbacker?
county.
They have a Rickenbacker, because they're going to give the Rickenbacker report. Why don't we'll have that conversation at that time.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I think let us do the presentation, and
Perfect.
afterwards, let's
And
talk
please,
about
I just want to remind you, and
short-term solutions.
that should be addressed.
Perfect.
Thank you.
So
Anybody
I
else?
second your suggestion.
Well, no, anybody else want to add to the agenda? No? Okay.
Sorry, so you're moving the
10G
ones that people are here for
Correct.
just to the front of 10. You're not
Correct.
putting them like
Not,
after
no,
special-
I am not.
Okay.
Why, you want to do that? I didn't want to get ahead of myself.
I think that's nice. If
Okay, I mean, if you guys are okay with it, I didn't want to get too greedy here, but I'll put 10G, 9A, and 9B up there before the consent agenda.
I think it makes
The
sense.
consent agenda, and it's going to be easy, I think. no?
Why don't we do
No,
that?
Don't screw up. Let's just go
Why
along.
don't we do exactly
Let's
that?
do that.
I spoke.
Okay,
So
so
don't we
we're,
have to
yeah.
go through all of 9?
all right, so your proposal is, I'll take your friendly amendment and move 10G, 9A, and 9B right after special presentations. Is that acceptable?
9A
And 9B,
and 9B.
okay?
I'm good. Second?
Okay. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed?
Motion carries.
All right.
All right, the next item is a special presentation, proclamation recognition of village-wide cleanup efforts by Manny Rionda, Andrew Otazo, and Helena Inturralde.
Well, actually, Helena's not here tonight. We have Manny and Andrew here. One of the things that we used to do in the past is recognize volunteers. I mean, we get recognition, good and bad, I suppose, sitting up here on the dais. But we have a lot of people in this community who do a lot of good things, who just do them. They don't ask for recognition. They don't seek it. They just go out and they do things. And I think, two of those programs that I have been impressed with that have been around for a little while now are Manny Rionda with his Fill-A-Bag, and then Andrew Otazo, lugging the garbage out of the mangroves to make them a better place. So I wanted to do two proclamations, and I'll start with Manny's. I'll be brief. Whereas Manny Rionda started Fill-A-Bag in 2018 as an effort to empower village residents and visitors to turn their ordinary beach walks into meaningful efforts to clean our beaches. And whereas Manny and his organization have worked tirelessly to energize and educate our community to the importance of actively participating in making our community beaches a cleaner, healthier environment. And whereas Manny Rionda has worked tirelessly to expand Fill-A-Bag's operations to other communities throughout the United States, including programs in Cape Cod, Massachusetts, and on Dauphin Island, Alabama. And whereas Manny Rionda has demonstrated a stewardship for our island's natural environment through his efforts and continues to exhibit leadership in encouraging our community to be more aware of our impact on our fragile environment and challenging us to take a more active part in protecting that same environment. Now, therefore, I, Michael W. Davey, Mayor of the Village of Key Biscayne, do hereby issue this proclamation of gratitude for Manny Rionda for his exemplary leadership as well as his dedication and collaborative spirit that has and will continue to protect and enhance the lives of Key Biscayne residents. So I want to thank, and then I've got one for Andy, and then Manny, come on up. What's that?
I brought you guys some going away swag.
Nice. Perfect. Beautiful, man. No, thank you. Appreciate it.
Good job.
I like these. I know, these are the best cups on my island.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I got some.
Thank you very much. No, thank you.
Thank you for doing it.
Want to do a photograph?
For me,
Let's do a photo. And then I'll do it with Andrew.
Is that this is really a reflection on our community.
Go to the dais, would you, so people at home can hear you?
Sorry about that. I just want to say thank you. And for me, the greatest what I get out of this is just this is really a reflection on the community. Really proud and happy to be part of this community, and for finding ways to make new connections and, more importantly, nourish them. So let's keep being the great community that we are, and thank you very much to the council and everybody else who's been so generous and nice over the last few years. Thank you.
Hey, Manny.
Manny, let's do a photo. We're with a bunch of politicians. We need a photo op.
Pardon me?
You need a
Manny, before you do something else, Manny.
Sorry, I didn't mean to take
Manny, let me tell you, when you sit up here, you learn that, in short, that there are talkers and there are doers. And I have an incredible appreciation for the doers, and you're one of them, man. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
And your people.
I appreciate that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Now it's going to become the official photographer. I know, man.
Thank you very much. Who likes stickers? Anybody? Who doesn't like stickers? Thank you very much. Thank you.
So, and one more to this evening is, I don't know, you've all probably heard about Andrew Otazo. I don't know if you realize that he has literally lugged 10 tons of garbage out of our mangroves on our island and the surrounding areas. I'm impressed. He has on occasion called, and our staff has, Jake, I really do appreciate you getting people out there to help him by disposing of the rubbish that he has collected. But whereas Andrew Otazo began collecting trash in the mangroves and preserves on Key Biscayne in 2017 in an individual effort to clean up our natural spaces, and whereas he has dedicated countless hours to his efforts to remove the trash and waste from our sensitive parts of Key Biscayne, and to date has removed more than 20,000 pounds of trash from mangroves and wetlands, and has demonstrated dedication and commitment to fostering awareness as the need to preserve and protect our wetlands, and has individually worked to do so, and has continued to exhibit leadership by example through his frequent garbage collection efforts on Key Biscayne, thereby encouraging our community to be more aware of our impact on our fragile ecosystem and challenging us to take a more active part in protecting that same environment. Now, therefore, I, Michael W. Davey, Mayor of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, do hereby issue this proclamation of gratitude for Andrew Otazo for his exemplary leadership, as well as his dedication and collaborative spirit that has and will continue to protect and enhance the lives of Key Biscayne residents. So, Andrew, where are you? Come on up. Come on up. Let's do a photo. We got your photos.
I just want to know the craziest thing you found out there. Or maybe I don't.
I don't think we want that. This is a PG event.
Pizza's rest.
The next item, Mr. Mayor, is a special recognition of summer camp staff for efforts and management of activities. Director Haverber.
Come on up.
Oh, sorry.
He's expanding.
It's been a long day. Center of gravity.
Good evening.
Look at this.
For you baseball fans, you know you don't discuss a no-hitter when a pitcher's doing well. So Dave and I rarely discuss the amazing job he's doing with his staff during the summer. But now that summer's over, is an opportunity for us to recognize the fantastic job they did entertaining the children and keeping them safe and secure for all those parents who trust us with their children. It's because of these gentlemen here and the others that worked with us this summer. So thank you on behalf of the community. Zayas, David Plotkin, Carlos Rojas is new with us, and Alejandro Noriega is with us tonight.
Very nice.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. You want to shake their hands? Let's get a photo. Can we get a photo with everybody? Come on, let's get the photo. It's the night of the
Or they can stand in the front, better, because they're so big.
We'll go back here.
All right. Awesome. Thank you.
Hold on. Brett.
Get some exercise.
I know, we got
Next item?
The next item is a resolution of the Village Council of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, approving a variance request to allow the expansion of a legal non-conforming structure with an existing 7.5-foot side setback where 15 feet is required on lots larger than 100 feet in width for the property located at 300 and 310 Greenwood Drive, providing for findings, providing for approval, providing for conditions, providing for recording, and providing for an effective date.
Moved.
Second.
Chad,
Thank you.
should I recuse?
If you do, then yes, you'll need to. If you have a conflict, you'll have to recuse yourself.
Yeah, just in an abundance of caution. I mean, I have a relationship with one of the property owners, business related, so in abundance, I'm going to step away.
Okay, so then the mayor will recuse himself. The vice mayor will take in charge of the meeting. If Madam Clerk, if you could provide the mayor with the proper forms after the meeting.
Yes.
Okay. Because this is a quasi-judicial hearing, anyone who's going to be speaking tonight on this item needs to be sworn in. So if you can all stand and raise your right hand, the clerk will swear you in.
Do you swear and affirm that the testimony you will provide tonight is the truth? Thank you.
So I think typically our procedure is, it's
Open to public comments?
Well,
Or-
first we allow for a presentation.
Okay.
I don't know if the applicant or the staff would like to go first. Looks like Jeremy's going to go first. He'll introduce it, and then the applicant, and then you can open up for public comment.
Thank you.
We have read
Yeah.
Yeah, you've got the
everything. We've
drawings.
done our
It's pretty
homework.
straightforward.
Let's get to it and hear the people.
I'm primarily available for questions.
Yeah, that's what
I think if people are familiar with it, I don't think we need to overdo an introduction. So I'm going to move on and remain available, if that's okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Tom, do you have anything you want to add?
Any sort of explanation of what's happening?
Come to the podium so people at home can hear you.
Mike.
Mike's not here, Ed, but go ahead.
I suggest that Jeremy tells everybody what this motion is and what the variance is, since most people who are listening have no idea what it is. And then we can sit down.
It's a good idea. Go ahead.
Sure,
Jeremy.
sorry. Good evening, Jeremy Kairos-Gauger. I'm the Building, Zoning, and Planning Director for Village of Key Biscayne. This is in regards to a variance regarding 300 and 310 Greenwood Drive. There is a condition in our ordinances which, when we have a very, very wide lot, the setbacks from the sides are increased. So if you have a lot that's over 100 feet wide, the setbacks are 15 feet. If it's less than 100 feet, they're only 7.5 feet. So this makes a lot of sense when you have larger homes and larger lots on, think of Harbor Drive as sort of a typical condition for that, where when the homes are larger, it makes sense to have more space between them. In this condition, we have an existing home at 300, where this group, they've purchased the adjacent lots. They intend to demolish a home there. And when they end up combining them, we'll end up with a lot over 100 feet wide. However, they want to retain the majority of one of the structures and basically do a very, very large addition to that structure. So the only alternative for them to comply with the ordinance would be to demolish the existing home rather than, and increase the setback to the 15 feet. So what this variance would allow them to do is basically retain that existing home, create an addition to that home, retain it with the existing 7.5 foot setback on one side.
Thank you.
Is there a way to hear from the owner or the citizen, the applicant?
Yeah, we're gonna open that. I think that Tom was gonna say something first, unless you want the owner to speak to. Councilmember McCormick has a quick question.
The other side, when they expand, that will still need the 15, right?
It will actually be larger than 15 because there's an aggregate setback requirement, and I think the site plan currently shows 30.
Okay.
32.
32.
Jeremy, can you tell people why you're for this?
So we're recommending approval because partly there's a good case to be made that the reason we have these ordinances in place is to maintain neighborhood character. And what better way to maintain neighborhood character than retain the actual structure, or the majority of the structure that's there, which makes this a very good case for a variance. The other aspect of it, there is a sort of an environmental benefit of not demolishing in the totality of a mostly intact building and creating an addition instead of a total demolition. And that this is, they're creating their own compliance issue with the expansion, but it will still retain the height, size, shape of that existing house with that 7.5 foot setback, which we deem to be acceptable before.
Thank you.
That seems the important element, that the bulk of the structure is not going to change going forward. That's going to be in the close proximity to the side neighbor.
Correct.
Let me ask you, and these, I think I already know some of the answers, for example, we're talking also to people who are not here. This is basically making a single family home, gigantic single family, into one lot, a bigger lot by combining lots. That is a reversible process? or can they come back and say, now I want to subdivide and sell this other lot?
So not without demolishing a substantial portion of the building, or do you mean some interim condition where?
Well, we've had 2 or 3 cases here already in the last year that there's a school of thought that fundamentally does change the very nature of our community, we've had 2 or 3 cases of people trying to build 2 houses or 1 big house in 2 lots. One that was supposed to be, there was a close vote, and then all of a sudden, they were supposed to be building their house and another house, which one I'm talking about, and now it turns out that they're basically spec homes. They're both for sale, as I understand it. So, I love transparency, and I'm very much pro-business, so I'm not, but I just, sometimes these things come in and you try to do the right thing and you get disappointed.
So let me,
including promises that were made about community involvement, maybe helping the foundation, et cetera, with contributions to the well-being of the community, and it all went out the door. And so,
no, well, I think I can frame.
Well, I'm a policymaker. Those statements are not necessarily applicable to this, but I'm telling you that conditions my criteria because I've been had once or twice.
So let me just frame a little bit about what the options are.
In English rather than technical language, yeah.
Yeah, so they could come in with a demolition permit for both structures, combine, have one very, very large, entirely new structure on the 2 lots. They could do that essentially by right. The only thing we're really opining on here with the variance is saying you can keep that portion of the building in the 7.5-foot setback. So it's a pretty narrow discussion in that respect.
Yeah.
We wouldn't necessarily be preventing them from combining lots, or in this case, if they change their mind halfway through after having the variance and they decide not to do the expansion, they could let the variance expire.
And when you talk about an expansion, what do you mean? A corridor that connects the existing highs?
Well, that I'd refer to the architect for the specifics for presentation of drawings, but it's really a more substantial extension of the existing home.
Look, Councilmember McCormick has a question as well, but I think it might be good to call up the owner who would like to speak maybe first, and then maybe we can finish asking the questions. So I think between you two and us, we're probably going to have a lot of back and forth questions before the vote. So if we can call up William Fitzgerald. Is that okay to open up the public comments?
I think that Mr. Weber is the representative of the applicant, I believe.
So is the owner here, yes or no?
The owner is online. They're out of state, but they're here.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's what I want to speak with, yes.
Okay.
And do they have the ability? I wasn't sure
Yeah, they do. Yeah, if they want to, they just have to put it in there.
Vice Mayor, I think it should give the owner and the owner and the representative a chance, and then we can open up.
I'm sorry, I thought that's what this was. So, if you can give us 1 minute and have the architect give us and the representative.
In answer to his question, the owner should be allowed to speak via Zoom.
Yes.
If maybe Jocelyn, you can give the instructions so they can speak.
And swear them in, Jocelyn?
Yes.
Quick question. Is there going to be any participation by either owner on either side, or?
Yeah, this will be opened up to the public after the applicant presents, yes.
You have the floor.
Are we reading to Mr. Bickley, or I don't?
Answer my question precisely as you can. What is the so-called addition?
Okay. Let me simplify the entire situation real quick. The owner of 300 Greenwood, my client, my friend, Ian and Kim Bickley live here. They love this house. It was built in 2012. They would like more land. They'd like to purchase 310, which is the neighboring lot right there. And as we started to begin to study this, he really likes this house. The other one would probably go. But as soon as you join 2 lots, you become very limited. It doesn't become a big gargantuan home, by the way. You're limited instead of for your FAR 47%, or you start at, for example, at 30% base before the bonus points, you start at 0.13. They can only add 2,200 square feet roughly to this, and have them with the whole other property. They can't have 47% and 47% do this big thing. That's not, you've already allotted for that. But accepting that, what he gets is yard, nice pool, and basically a 2,000 square foot addition on a 3,500 square foot home. He's not doubling the size of his house. That's just the rules. That's not even why we're here. So I just wanted to clarify that. I didn't want that to be like we're trying to create these monsters in the village residential district. You guys have already allotted for that. And so we came up with some ideas that are interesting. He has this house he really likes. 3,500 square feet is the setback on the one side that we're talking about now, 7.5 feet. Where it runs into the code, it hits a code and then hits another code. Because if one of the codes says if you're adding more than 50% of the square footage, more than the existing structure, you're a substantial renovation. Therefore, you have to comply to all of today's code. One of them is that 15-foot setback. But we want to retain this sustainability. He likes the house. We're just going to put in a box on the other side. The other setbacks, the other guy's like, we're way back. We're not, it's 30 feet is legally what it is, but we're further back than that. So it's not this big monster house. He just we'd like to keep it and put an addition. If we just happen to fall under this rule that I think that you try to make this blanket rules for everything and just maybe didn't really consider the joining of these lots. That's simply the simplification of what's happening here.
I still want to understand.
Please.
In layman's term, what is the addition? Is it a connecting structure between the existing house, which is a Key West type?
No.
No. Well, then explain to me.
You're going to join the two properties. I'm sorry I don't have the visual, but the two properties will get joined, and there's a house on one, and we're going to just literally add on to it.
But that's my point.
It's not like a connector.
One continuous
Look, we're not going
house.
to do a connector and then a bigger box here.
I think that's what he's saying.
That's not what's happening here.
Tom, one continuous house. It would be a seamless one house.
Seamless
not like
one
we
house.
dealt with
No
one
connector.
house that
That's not
was
what's happening.
a carriage house and a house with a corridor between them. You're talking about putting on not quite the same size again, but attached to it.
Yes.
One house.
We're not out to do it. I mean, I live here too, by the way. I wouldn't want to do this sort of thing. I understand right where you're coming from. That's not the intent. I wouldn't come in front of you guys to ask for a simple variance like this for something that I didn't truly believe in. We're just, you got a guy who loves it down here and he just wants to expand his house and have a big yard on the side. That's what we're looking at.
And all of that with our current code, he can do with the exception of the fact that now that it is a lot over 100 feet, he must have a bigger setback on the side than what currently exists.
That's correct.
But this neighbor on the side where you're requesting the variance, their situation is going unchanged. They currently have that house, and is that part changing?
Nope. We're really keeping the house intact and pulling it this way.
Yeah.
We're really, we want to save the house. It's great. It's relatively new. It's 2012.
Yeah.
You know,
Would you say that the property that he lives there now is 2012?
2012.
The other one is a lot older.
That one's coming down. That's the 310
That is
property.
what?
That one's coming down. That's the 310 property.
They're demolishing that one.
We're demolishing that one. It's the 300 Greenwood that has the 7'6" setback for the neighbor, the 2012 house. And we want to keep that house.
So 310 structure there will remain, or will be
310 will come down.
All right.
It's
So
what
is the environmental benefit issue that you mentioned as one of the reasons you?
Yeah, so the 300 structure, instead of needing to tear it down and then build an entirely new structure from scratch, we'll be retaining the vast majority of the structure at 300 and adding to it.
And what's the just curiosity's sake, what's the square footage of the house that you're taking down, that you're demolishing?
Oh, it's a smaller house. I'd say 1,400 smackle. Okay. And the 2012 house is a 30, so it's allowed to be 3,500 square feet. Actually, AC, it's 32 and change. And then we're adding roughly about 20, we can add 2,200 square feet. If you think about 1,000, so it's not, we can only go to 35%. Even if we knock both houses down, we can still only maximum go to 35%.
But if you knock them both down, you would build essentially the same house, just over
same rules,
7.5 feet.
Correct.
More.
Yeah.
And why not save this house? It's perfectly good, perfectly new. There's great. It's fine. It's lovely. They love the layout. And we could just literally just come in another way and just kind of You know, we're switching one of the kitchens to the other side. I mean, that's pretty much the bulk of it. We're going to keep that other house.
Did you
All
say
good
the,
intentions here.
Did you say the owner would like to speak or no?
If you have questions directly for Mr. Bickley.
One last thought that I wanted to, when I look at this survey, it looked to be like the as-to-be-built resulting condition for the lot 11, the one that's being demolished, is actually an improved situation relative to the next door neighbor. That would be 310, because the resulting setback is going to be greater than the setback now.
Correct, much greater, if I understood you correctly. So it's always a sum of the side yards. It's a total, right? So in this particular case, we have to meet a certain dimension for both setbacks. So it's a sum of the side yards, 25%. This is 32 feet. We're away from the other house now. On the other side setback, it's 32 feet and 7.5. And that adds, that's our sum of the side yards.
No,
Does
Tom,
that answer your question?
I think what he's saying is that what is the existing setback on the house you're going to be taking down?
Okay.
The new house is going to be substantially down.
That's the essence of what I've observed is that when you demolish 310 and rebuild on 310, the side yard setback condition relative to the neighbor to the left of 310 is actually going to be bigger.
Correct. The current condition is, per the survey, 11 feet, just over 11 feet, and it'll be increasing to roughly 32.
Yeah.
Vice Mayor, one of the things had two arguments from staff. One is the, quote, environmental impact of not having to knock down, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. The other one is maintaining the quality and character of the neighborhood. It happens to have been the neighborhood where I and my daughter grew up, so I know that area very well. Already, this existing house, which is very nice, by the way, Mr. Bickley's house, has a little bit of a nice Key West kind of touch. But it's hard to make a decision without a rendering of what you're thinking about. I see a lot of surveys, but what is it going to look like? I mean, when maintaining the quality or character of a community has to do with aesthetics, besides all these little, setback or not setback. It has to do with aesthetics, which has to do about size. It has to do, this solves, if we're moving in the direction of combining, a lot of people, a lot of money buying two lots and making one big house across. That's one decision we made, and we've had two already under my that haven't been, as I said earlier, very satisfactory. That's what I thought I had voted for. And so I want to make clear that I'm voting for the right thing. Some of these things, if it's going in that direction, can help us solve, for example, traffic issues. But just a carte blanche, we're going to leave a little bit of the structure of the house, the 310 house, and add to it. This is why I've been struggling. What is addition? What is expansion? What does it look like? And you say you don't have renderings.
Well, we have, what we didn't want, that's kind of exactly what we didn't want, is a design to be decided upon, because this isn't a design review board. We're asking for a variance for a setback.
No, then the argument that aesthetics and community.
But if I may, because the idea of the aesthetics in this particular case and what we're asking for, of a two-story house being allowed to be 7.5 feet from a setback, is common in the neighborhood. It's allowed in the neighborhood. That's the only thing we're asking for. You're already being, if you do two lots, it's already under control by the village, and it's going to be much smaller of a house than it could be if you just had these bigger lots. Not 47%, 35%. That's thousands of square feet smaller. So I just want you to understand that as well too. If there's some sort of
well,
condition.
you're an architect. I'm sorry to interrupt you, and we're policymakers. Look, there's a city not far from here, with Coral Gables, that has standards that are more to do with has to do with aesthetics, has to do with character, et cetera. You may or disagree with it. I have just shared with Jeremy a big article on the city of Palm Beach. And how they handle, no matter who you are, whether you are, they use an example in Florida Trend, by the way, article that I recommend them, about how they maintain the character of Palm Beach, no matter who you are, no matter how much money you bring into the table. So if you don't want us to go there, that's one issue. But if one of the arguments is maintaining the character of the neighborhood, I need to see what it means. I need to see it's more or less, not asking you for a design, because we're going to have to face people who are going to say in the neighborhood, my goodness gracious.
Councilmember McCormick has a question.
Sorry for...
No,
Sorry.
I understand what Councilmember Laredo is saying, and I understand his concerns because, like him, I've sat here when we've made decisions, and I still regret the vote on Island Drive. I think it was the wrong decision. Ed felt strongly. He yelled a lot, and I wish I had gone a different way. But what I'm hearing about this particular thing is that the only thing that is not conforming is, now that it is a double lot, is this setback on one side. That if we have issues and concerns about the joining of two lots and the size of a structure that you can put there, that is a different conversation and not what's in front of us today. We're not approving whether or not they can join these, whether or not this size house works in our current code on this size lot. What we're saying is, rather than forcing these people to tear down both houses and rebuild one and the addition in the middle of the lot, or 7.5 feet over, we're saying that they can leave the one that's there and add on, and then there's going to be more space on the other side. So in terms of the effect on the neighborhood and the aesthetic, what's before us is, how do we feel it's going to look in a neighborhood to have a house pushed over to one side of its lot?
Correct.
Yeah,
No, they're not,
Correct.
Tom. In all honesty, they're not naked on the other side, right? When you have 7.5 on one side, you don't have 30 on the other. I'm not sure I don't like that, but it is a change. 7.5 and 7.5 and 7.5 and 7.5 when you have two houses is a different look and feel than 7.5 big house, 30 feet.
Correct.
So that to me is the change that's before us.
So before we continue, I still like to open up public comments because I'm trying to reserve some of what I want to say, but I'd like to hear from the public first. And can we go ahead and...
Just see if the owner wants to speak. I know.
Yeah, if the owner wants to speak, I think this is the time to do it. If not, we're going to open up the public comments, and then we'll go back to a
Mr.
discussion.
Bickley, you're muted.
And then just also have him sworn in.
Okay, can you hear me? Can you guys see me and hear me now?
Yeah, we can see you, and we're going to have to swear you in before you can start speaking. So if you can...
Okay.
Do you swear and affirm that the testimony you will provide tonight is the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. The floor is yours. You can go ahead and speak.
Okay, hi. Thank you very much. And I apologize that I'm not able to be there in person. I did want to be, but it was not possible because of some other business commitments that I had. My wife and I, just to build a little bit on what Tom said, my wife and I and our family, we've been living in Key Biscayne since 2011. We bought the house from Lou and Barbara Lamar, who are also our friends, and we've made very strong roots in the community, including with many of our neighbors and Phil Moore, who owns the house at 310. He and I have also become friends, and so basically when this opportunity came up, we've been really, for some period of time, thinking it would be wonderful to have a slightly bigger house in Key Biscayne because we love it a lot. Both our daughters, have been coming down. We anticipate, a larger family in the future, and so wanted to just create a home that has a little more space. And one of the ideas was to acquire the adjacent lot and be able to add on to our house. And I think, as Tom said, this is not a gigantic addition. Basically, the plan is to add 2,200 square feet to a 3,600 square foot existing house. And I believe actually that the existing house on 310 is actually closer to around 2,000 square feet today. So in terms of the total amount of build on both lots, I don't think will be that different. When I found out about the setback regulation, I understood it, but I thought it would be good to push for this variance because for all of the reasons that have been mentioned already. I know my neighbor Kathy Claridge on one side, and there's 7.5 foot setback there, but it seemed crazy to me to tear down this beautiful existing house that we have, which, as you rightly pointed out, has a beautiful Key West aesthetic, disrupt my neighbor on that side, and when it will be possible to salvage the existing house and just add on a little bit to the other side, and then also, yes, correct, have a bigger setback. My other neighbor, Rick, or Phil's neighbor Rick on the other side, and aesthetically, my wife and I, we've done lots of, we have a few other homes up in, because I spent half the year in New York and half the year in Key Biscayne, and we've always done things in a way that focuses on preserving aesthetic and neighborhood, and that would absolutely be our intention, to preserve the architecture and aesthetic of the existing house so that it looked like it was always there and always part of the same house. That's the goal. I don't know what the other circumstances that you're talking about in Key Biscayne, but recognize that these are two existing separate lots today. If someone bought 310 today, they actually could tear down the house and, by the existing code, build up to 40% of the lot, and I think it's a 9,046 foot square lot, so they could build almost a 44,000 plus square foot house on that lot, and then have a 7.5 foot setback with my house. There's actually going to be less house on that combined lot, considerably less house and structure than would be there if someone built another 4,000 square foot house next to me with 7.5 foot setback. So in any event, I don't know if I addressed all of the questions or my intent, but my goal here, I like to think about sustainability. I like to think about not disrupting my neighbors, and I'm also just trying to accomplish a sort of dream that I've had, to just have a slightly bigger house to accommodate my expanding family, over the years to come. So that's what I had to say.
Thank you. And I think that we should go ahead and open it up to public comments so we can have a better discussion at the end. So I'm going to go ahead and open up public comments. If any, do you want to read, Jocelyn, any?
Yes, if you would like to speak during public comments, please call 305-365-7569, then enter Zoom meeting ID number 231-627-8415, followed by pound. There is no participant ID. Press pound again, then press 9, which will place you in a public comments queue. When it is your turn to speak, you will be called upon by the last 3 digits of your telephone number. If you have joined via the Zoom app, please click the raise your hand button.
And anybody who's speaking will have to be sworn in before they do so. And if anybody here would like to speak, if they can fill out a piece of paper and bring it up and get sworn in as well. I'm going to go ahead and call up our only speaker that I have so far, which is William Fitzgerald.
Thank you. William Fitzgerald. We live at 301 Greenwood. This is like absolutely across the street from this 300 that you are working with now. I wish my neighbors well, all of them. I want them to get what they feel they want and need to have. I think if I had a reason for asking to speak tonight, it would be to come and ask you to please take all these variances seriously, because it does cause disruption It causes, of course, changes of the way we live on the island. I think you have the concept of what's going on here pretty well. So you are doing that. So I thank you for that. We have looked at the plans. My wife and I looked at the plans, and Jeremy and his crew has shown it to us. I realize I do not have a real strong technical zoning reason for objecting, and I could object in that way. So I'm just asking you to remember that people like us, we've been here since 1973 in that house. We feel often that we've been overrun and squeezed in from all sides. And I just wanted to ask you to, as you do your variances and so forth, remember those of us who have been squeezed in and covered over. And I do thank you. I appreciate the concern that you're giving to this. I'm really surprised that you're getting into it this deep. So thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Say something.
No one else signed up to speak. Mr. Weissman.
Luis wants to say something, and then I do too,
Yes.
but you have comments.
That's fine. Councilmember Laredo, go ahead.
Yeah, first of all, to Mr. Binkley, your presentation was, to me, very helpful. I wish you were here. I understand. Our discussion has nothing to do with you and your spouse and your wonderful family that you want to accommodate. It is it's something that some of us take very seriously about making sure that we don't change the very character or the reasons you came here in 2011. And even much more so, sir, the reason you came here in 1972. I came in 1980, 40-some years ago. And so, but slowly, what is happening here is that we have this, and by the way, you mentioned that you're not technically competent. The highest level of intelligence is common sense, which you seem to have a lot. We have all these consultants and vision plans that we pay money to, and all these kinds of things and planning. And at the end of the day, on a piecemeal basis, as you alluded to, you much more articulate than I, on a variance by variance basis, we're starting, in essence, a precedent that is fundamentally changing the character of this community and its original attractiveness for people like you and I and Mr. Binkley. And you add to that the difficult times that we're living in America in general, and where some of us have been, have our own philosophies of, when you've been here 40 years and was involved in the incorporation, we wanted desperately to keep that island smallness thing. Also, we've been burned. Sorry, it's plain English. About other, I trust fully until I don't trust. And it's hard to get me back to. And I trust more people than I contracts and all that stuff, because there are too many lawyers that figure out a way around it. So it's Mr. Binkley, it has to do with this. I think that we're struggling. We have a vision plan that we paid, I don't know how much to get, et cetera, and yet we could be, changing the very nature of this thing. I still, so that we got this on Thursday. Today is Wednesday. We all have families. We all have jobs. We don't get paid for doing this. So this is a big decision, and it comes like, we got to do it. And so these are questions that I think any reasonable councilman would have about the prudence, the speed. So it's not like we've been sitting with staff over the years, over the last 2 or 3 months. And honestly, I know that it's hard to make an architectural design, but just without any kind of unbinding rendering would give me an idea what it would look like. You can't ask me, and then ask me that one of the rationale for supporting it is the aesthetics, community, and I leave it up to somebody to. Well, I ain't trusting anymore. I got burned twice. I didn't intend to get the third time, and that's not implying that that's what's happening here. If I knew for a fact that Ian and your family will be here the rest of the time, people like you is exactly the kind of people we like here. You seem to be a wonderful family man and businessman, et cetera, et cetera. It just, all of a sudden speculation comes in and some offers are too good to turn down, and all of a sudden we find ourselves with unintended consequences. So I just don't want the applicant, the owner, to think that we're questioning him or his character or what he's trying to do. But it helps hearing you a lot to me. But it also, I hope you reflect on a colleague there who's been here, that it's getting a little bit out of hand in Key Biscayne in terms of things just popping up that look like other communities. Anyway, I'm sorry for the preaching, but maybe you can enlighten me on this. And there is an issue, Vice Mayor, on these kind of decisions. If we need a little bit of time. I mean, I spent some time, I was able to find time, maybe you couldn't, to go by there and see it. But I mean, we do have, as I said earlier, other responsibilities, and it's like, it's Wednesday for crying out loud.
Councilmember McCormick? Councilmember Segurola, Councilmember London, you want to speak as well?
Yes,
let me go with Councilmember Segurola first.
First, I want to say the presentations were great. All the reasons for allowing this make perfect sense. It's very logical. There's no reason to knock down a perfectly good existing home just to have 7.5 more feet. I understand that. But also listening to the gentleman that lives across the street, and I have to agree with Councilmember Laredo, this, and maybe it wasn't intended when this discussion and this application began, but this sort of, for me, has transformed into a philosophical question of what kind of village are we going to be in the future? How much density are we going to allow? How much variation are we going to allow? I'm not saying I'm for one way or the other, but we began as, 2-bedroom, 1-bathroom Mackle homes on 5,000 square foot lots, and now there's McMansions everywhere. That's fine, especially people have the money to do it. I'm nobody to tell people what to do with their money or their land. But from a policy point of view, I think we as a council have to decide what kind, and you're absolutely correct, Council Member, we are creating a precedent. Whichever way we decide with this variance in the future, somebody's going to say, oh, that was done, so maybe I can do this. And it can lead to unexpected consequences, and we really need to think about this and decide what kind of village are we going to have in 10 or 20 years, because this isn't going to be the last time this pops up. How many double lots are going to get combined or triple lots are going to get combined? How many homes are going to go from 1,900 square feet to 5, 6, 7, 8,000 square feet? And in which parts of the island? So I'm not saying I'm against this, but it is sort of become a philosophical question about what kind of island are we going to be creating a precedent with for the future with this decision and the others. And the one on Island Drive, unfortunately, I wish I could say I didn't see that coming. But where there's an opportunity, people will take it. And I'm not saying that's the case here. But yes, we have been burned. And I think we need to think about what kind of island are we creating a path for the future. So.
Councilmember London.
Thank you. We're here tonight because people who draw up zoning plans, as bright as they are, and you're one of them, Jeremy, are not perfect. And the various situations arise. So we have the process of granting variances. That does not mean that we have precedence. What we passed today does not bind us to pass the same thing tomorrow. The circumstances usually are not the exact same thing. Circumstances today are very simple. The gentleman has a house with 7.5 foot setback. He has the ability to buy the house next door and go ahead and build a 4,200 square foot house. He can do that, or he can go ahead and knock this house down. He has approximately, I'll say I haven't seen the house, but knowing Barb and Lamar, it's at least $1.5 million worth of demolition of perfectly good habitation. And it's nonsense to do that. So he comes to us with the idea, instead of doing that, adding 2,000 feet. Then we ask him, well, we have to have a rendering what you're going to do. Well, basically, we don't have any control over designs to keep us clean. Louise mentioned Carl Gables, that's a different story. That was set up, I think, in 1926, was designed to what you can build on wet streets. Let's not keep this game. We didn't do it before. We haven't done it now. If we decide we want to do it, we discuss it going forward. The Key Biscayne is pretty well built out. Now, this gentleman is not a fool. He wouldn't be here. He wouldn't be successful if he was a fool. He likes the design he has. So therefore, Tom is going to add on to the same design because it would make absolutely no sense to change one design to the other. It would look atrocious. So the gentleman across the street, I understand where he's coming from. I also have been here since '73. But it's a question of economics. What happens is land value goes up, the amount of the improvements versus the land becomes insignificant, the houses are demolished, and people are going to build large houses. You call them McMansions, you call them anything you want. But that is the way of the world. There's not a damn thing that's going to happen to do it unless you say now you're going to take away those rights from people who have this land for all these years. So I understand how the guy feels across the street. Everybody is, as he said, squeezing him or crushing him or in any other way, pushing him, since he's been very happy in his home. And I understand that. But people want bigger homes, and people have owned back homes for years, and they paid $10,000, $15,000, $20,000, and now they can get $1.8 million, $2 million protected. I'm also a little older now. So that's not going to make much difference to people across the street, because if this gentleman does not get the variance, and he decides to tear down the existing house, waste $1.5 million, he then can build a big house across the street. So the gentleman across the street will have the same effect, actually, it'll be less of a McMansion if he does this one with 2,200 square feet, rather than having a separate house with over 4,000 square feet. Excuse me. So we have density, we're actually reducing density. We're taking 2 lots, we're going to have 1 house. We talk about Key Biscayne being open ground. The best thing we can do is combine lots, so less people. And so we have economic density, wasting $1.5 million. We have variances, we have medical houses, which really have a limited life in this game because of economics. I'm 100% for him in this guy. I think he'd be foolish, and on our part, to require him to do a rendering done and wasted money at this point in time. Also, to drag this out longer, come back. I don't think it's a decision that takes a long time to think about and make.
Thank you. You keep it short. And
Yes.
go? Okay, go ahead.
Or if you want to go.
Sure, I'll go. I understand everything Ed said. I agree that the Mars house, when it sells, is likely to be demolished. Whoever buys it is going to build something to go to every inch that they can cover. And it's going to be huge, right? If it's one person buying just that lot to use for a single family home. I think that this actually gives more open space to the neighborhood. This idea of sort of, like I said before, one side has more space, one has the other. I would hope that maybe it affords an opportunity in the design part to maybe have the front setback a little bit further back of the new the new addition than is required when you're really trying to max out every single square foot that you can cover on a lot. And I think that might help alleviate some of the stresses of like the neighbors across the street that feel like this house is coming on top of them. But I think if we don't grant this variance, there's two possibilities of what will happen. They can tear this house down and build exactly what they want that is identical 7.5 feet over, because that is within their rights, or they could opt, three things, to buy the Mars house, build a guest house that's 4,000 square feet and takes up every inch of the property, or someone else will buy the Mars house and build the big house. So I think that granting the variance is the best option for the street because they're going to have more open space, less developed space, which is something we all want. But I'm just putting out there as a neighborly suggestion to the owner and to Tom Weber that there's an opportunity here when you design the addition to maybe have the front setback back a little bit out of respect for the neighbors and the neighborhood and trying to improve this feeling and maintain the old feeling of there being some green lawn or some open space. So I'm in favor of this for those reasons.
Councilman Segurola.
Like I said, I'm not against this per se, but what Councilmember London said, for me, begs the question. I think it is incumbent on the council for any future residents that want to buy and develop and ask for variances on properties. It's for us to decide and set the policy of what is going to be allowable in different sections of the village. There are some streets and some neighborhoods that we might want to say, look, in this area, we're going to keep the smaller lots. We will not allow the combining of lots, or we will not allow the building across lots. While in other areas of the village, we can say, yes, this is allowable. Because, again, as was said, yes, overall, there's going to be more of a setback on one side than the other. There's going to be less density because there's going to be one less house. But you're going to have a much larger house, and pretty soon, up and down that street, the whole character of the neighborhood is going to change. I'm just saying we need to make a conscious decision about that as opposed to just stumbling across and doing this piecemeal.
Councilmember Kaplan.
Well, in summary, I think the way Ed has analyzed this is very much consistent with the way I'm looking at this. But for perspective, and really kind of empathizing with the observation that you made, sir, the anniversary of Hurricane Andrew actually makes me think that the problem that you described was really quite egregious 30 years ago. And particularly after the hurricane, because the housing that had been largely wrecked during Andrew resulted in raised lots, fill, and big houses, lots of spec houses that were higher and disproportionately sized to what was then still a pretty intact old Key Biscayne. Over the years, to the policy point, we've wrestled with this rather constantly. There's been any number of Zorks. It all kind of circles back to the same self-imposed restraints. On the one hand, we want to promote architectural compatibility and good design. On the other hand, we've always kind of eschewed design regulations. It's a conscious decision not to be as prescriptive as Coral Gables. That's just been true over history. And unless and until that changes, you do get what you get. But what we've tried to do to control the get what you get proposition is to deal with this in zoning through incentives and bonuses that are design-oriented, that are the best product of our collective best thinking on details that make places less McMansionish and more compatible with the existing building stock and streetscape that's still historical. And we revisit this all the time. How well do these devices work? And the answer is that they are imperfect. But until we decide on restrictions, the drivers have been to try to not impinge on property rights too much, give people the right to do what they want to do with their land, but while maintaining a compatible streetscape and neighborliness feeling. And also, as Ed said, reduce density. It is a change when you consolidate two lots. We have collectively made the decision in recent years that allowing for good design and excellent landscaping, the resulting feature where that happens is a net improvement, both because of the diminished density count and because of more open space.
Councilman Laredo, can you be short? I think we're almost ready to vote. So I'm after you. I'll just give my comment, and then maybe we can bring it to vote.
Well, the salient common sense, all that having been said, then why do we have, as the gentleman said, why do we have all this stuff that you've led on vision board? We spend a lot of money on designing where our vision is. And his compelling argument, which is very clear to me, is, and now with two experiences, so it's not just philosophy, it's philosophy obviously tempered by very recent experiences, bad experiences, that we are working at cross purposes. If your argument is correct, if laissez-faire capitalists let things go their way, then why do we spending all this money and planning on vision? And in essence, what is the role of a council, if not to set policy? So here we are, we have the professional vision plan that you and your committee prepare, which we haven't been able to look at yet because you're working on it. We just finally got a link to look at it and review it as we head towards your last meeting on Saturday. We got this thing on Thursday late. Today is Wednesday. What is the rush of this thing? Can it be postponed as we digest the vision and all of those strategic things that we spend time and energy on, rather than voting today? I, like all of you, think it's it's a reasonable proposal. I have a lot more comfort level having heard the owner. I get good advice from him and his family. But I think, honestly, I would like to have this deferred a little bit so I can get more in tune with, we'll have a little report later on the vision and all of these kind of things going on, because we're making decisions that are changing fundamentally the vision of the island while we're parallel spending time and money defining a vision, which soon we won't have any say on because the vision is being defined by little piecemeal, decisions on variance here, variance there, and pretty soon we got a major change in the character of this. So I personally think it would be prudent if we can postpone this without any prejudice to the applicant.
Jeremy, can you clarify? I for some reason I thought we received it digitally earlier than just what we got in here. Did we receive this in digital format?
I will defer to the clerk.
I thought, for some reason, I remember looking at it prior to getting the packet. I thought I did too, but I wanted a clarification.
But what is your clarification? I'm sorry.
When we received, I think we received an email like a week before we received the packet, or 2 weeks before we received the packet. I remember going through and glancing over it, going through it, and then it came in the packet.
This is the only
just wanted to make
quasi-judicial
sure.
item this evening? Yes.
Yeah.
That was in advance via PDF, sent via email.
Yeah. Were you going to respond to?
So that's another week.
Can I get one more point of clarification? We got briefed a few years ago on a number of times we've granted a variance on any subject. It was a small number of variances. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
I don't know if you have this information offhand, but if the impression is that we're in the business of doling out variances over the course of the history of the village, I don't think that's the case. And I think the numbers support that observation.
So I've been here 9 months. and this is the second variance. One was for a wall height regarding a sound barrier.
Right.
And then this case. So I would consider that a low overall rate by most standards.
Yes, but you limit your comments to what you know. You don't know what we experienced before you got here.
True. So,
okay, so
two
just to make sure the
variances
record-
in 9
I
months
know.
is a very low rate.
Yes, but they were fundamental decisions and very difficult ones. I've been here making a lot of decisions that are close, so that one is one that I regret.
I'll give my comments. I could put probably maybe 2 conditions on this that might help a bit. But I see this very closely to how Councilmember London looks at this, and I understand the concerns that you guys, neighbors, have as well. But I think what Councilmember London, Councilmember McCormick both alluded to is that if that's what you're looking for, not being squeezed in, there's too much, that's another issue, because in the end of the day, that lot can be redeveloped with a larger house on it that would enclose even more than what they're proposing tonight, including the reduced density that would be a benefit to your street and to the entire community. Now, I also believe that characteristics is very important, and I think characteristic, the way it's being used, might be a little bit incorrect, or I think that Councilmember Laredo, you were talking about kind of the look, and I think that the architect is saying, and I think even Councilmember Kaplan said that we don't really control, what that look is going to be in the end. And I think that when I look at it as characteristic, I'm looking more at proportion and how it's situated on the site compared to the sites next to it, more than exactly what the finishes are going to be and things like that, because I really don't think we have that control. And something a little bit nice about Key Biscayne that you don't find in a lot of places, that it's an eclectic type architecture. You have a mixture of a lot of things going on, and it's actually quite nice, because there's a lot of places like, and some people prefer Coral Gables, but they have a very strict, one style that's being pushed. So I enjoy the freedom and see how people express in architecture, and but my concern is that are the options. It's either that site is going to be redeveloped and it's going to be a lot larger than what you had before, and that what they're proposing, and the other option is to tear down a fairly new house, which to me, to throw that into a landfill is just crazy. I mean, it's a good house. So the conditions that we might be able to put on this that might help alleviate some of this is that, one, that this variance only goes with that existing house that stays there. If they ever in the future remove that house in any way, they would lose that 7.5, and they would have to hit that minimum 15 on that side. So there's no loophole that they're trying to trick us in any way and say, oh yeah, I'm going to keep the house, and next thing you know, the house is gone, and they built another house there, and they took advantage of that 7.5 feet. I think that, for me, would be, it goes with that specific house that's on it. And I think from the characteristics, and I don't know if you would be okay with this, but it seems like it's going to be the same style of the house that's already built there, expanded on. It's not going to be a separate building that has a connection, but it's going to be expanded with the same style architecture. I think if we have those 2 conditions, I would feel comfortable. If I was living on the streets, I would be actually happier, because the setback that they're proposing, even though they're saying 32.6 feet would be the allowable setback, they're showing an example of the house, and it's almost twice that. It's going to open up a lot. Now, that comes back to proportion, and I think that, if this is a concern we have, I think we have to look more fundamentally in the actual zoning code, because this could happen more often. And we're always going to have this problem that we have a 7.5 and then a 15, a 7.5 and then a 15. And maybe that has to be by zone and area more than it has to be by the width of the lot. Maybe we can increase the 25% to a higher percent, which is the equal of the 2 sides. And maybe that might work, because we may fall into this situation. When it goes to codes and variances are important. And many cities, they're doing 30, 50 variances a day. It's like, or a month or whatever, whenever they're going through the process. It's crazy. We're very low in what we do in variances, but they're designed because codes, you write the code trying to figure out what might happen, but It's never perfect. Things happen. And we are the policy board to make the decision of what we feel is best in the condition that the person's in, and with our community. So this is designed for us to make these tough decisions. I really think it's hard to say we can come up with a plan that's going to solve all issues and you never have a variance. I mean, it's impossible. I mean, they're made. This is part of the process. So again, I'm in favor of this. I think if we bring these two conditions, I think it can help alleviate some of the conditions that we have, and some of this items that this might come forward more often than not. I think maybe we have to look back at the code and see if we might have to adjust something in these areas for setbacks.
I liked your two provisions. I think
Thank you.
they're very thoughtful. I don't want to, I'm conditioned by what happened to us before because we put our heart out. And as you know that some people say that you can't do that because I advocating at that time for those people to even contribute to the foundation, and they're through it to the community. And of course, there were nuances, and the nuances disappeared after we gave them the benefits.
And you could also look at this variance. From the last variance that you are concerned about was a +1 in density. This would be a -1, bringing us back to 0.
I think you're two. And I think the owner has made an impression on me. I'd like to meet him. I would have liked to defer this, but I hear you, and I think those two conditions probably out there would address my concerns. Yes, because you have better words than we to describe the second one. The first one is a reversion. Clearly, that if it becomes a speculative thing, we're not going to.
Yes.
Okay.
Councilmember Kaplan.
The reason for this is rooted in the preservation of that existing structure. So if that structure in the future went away, and this doesn't happen a lot, but theoretically it could, consolidated lots could be subdivided. Yeah. The result of a subdivision of this resulting single lot wouldn't be a 15-foot or a 30-foot setback on 310. Mm-hmm. It reverts.
Yep.
That's clear, right?
Correct. Yeah, this would, if this was subsequently subdivided and they, say, tore down this, it would be existing rules, 7.5 feet on each side.
And it would go back, go back to Lot 10 and Lot 11.
That's exactly right. But if it's not a subdivision, it's a subsequent demolition and new build. It's not a 7.5-foot setback on 300.
Because it's the 100-foot wide.
Correct.
It reverts. Right. So this is that's a clarification, but that's fine.
So do I have a motion that we can go ahead and move this?
I move it as with your two conditions.
All right, Councilmember Laredo moves.
I also would like the applicant to just state whether they are okay with
agreed with those two conditions.
Mr. Bickley, still present.
Mr. Bickley, are you still on? Yes. Would you be okay with those two conditions on this variance?
Can you clarify the conditions, please?
Can you clarify the conditions?
Yes,
please?
the first condition is that the existing house on which property is it?
310.
Exactly. 310. Is it 310?
300 is the existing house.
300.
The one that you're keeping. So the house
My house is on 300.
So the house on 300,
on 300.
yes, has to stay in order to have this variance. If you ever decide to tear that house down, you would have to then abide by the current code.
Correct. If the lots are joined, you're saying.
Yes. And then
absolutely.
Okay, and the second one is that the addition that you're adding to, would that be, we would like that to stay within the character of the architecture, and it's not to be perceived as a separate structure connected. It would be unified into the current house.
Yeah, I mean, it's fine. That's a very subjective opinion, but it's not. This looks like one contiguous house, and my goal is to have it all look like the same architecture. That that this was one house that was there from the beginning, and not some Frankenstein house that was created.
Okay.
Maybe to make it a little less.
Sorry. And by the way, I just want to mention, I haven't said this the whole time, the house across the street from 310 is already a double lot, and it's a Mediterranean house. and it's been there for, I don't know how long, but it's been there as long as I've owned my house. That's a double lot, so I'm actually, and I think my house will be slightly smaller than that one. But, you know, the neighborhood is already, you know, from an aesthetic standpoint, it won't look so out of place as I think people fear that it might.
That's actually the one I was thinking of when I said maybe you could go back a little bit, because that one
But
corner of that house.
Why don't you come down and spend more time with us? We need you here.
Attorney, you were going to say something?
I was going to say, to try to make
hold on 1 second.
I made a motion.
There was just a question as to the architectural style. I was wondering, since you have experience in this, the existing home you would consider to be what type of? I mean, I know we mentioned.
Did you just say it's to be integrated into the existing style?
I think.
How do you say it? Or
I actually recommend we keep it as an integrated into existing style because
architectural
or compatible.
in 10
compatible,
years, if they
yeah.
decide to do a major rehabilitation, as long as it remains as one contiguous structure.
I think we're tightening the straitjacket that Tom Weber's going to need to wear.
Contiguous structure is really what you're after.
Yeah.
One little tunnel and another box.
Yeah, for
Well,
sure.
remember, Tom, I asked you that on my first question.
Yeah.
And not until now do I get an answer. Because, I mean, I can tell you that I kept saying, is there a corridor, remember? Yeah, but I don't work in nebulous. I work in, okay?
Yeah.
And when I did work on nebulous, I got burned. So, but now I'm clear. I really have a comfort level with him and his family. And I hope you mean you're growing grandchildren, not new children, okay? So... And so
do we have a second to the motion?
Understand that the second one is the spirit.
All right, do I have a second to the motion?
The resolution's
All right, Councilmember
been
Kaplan, second.
And the resolution's been as amended by these conditions.
Right. As amended by these conditions. We don't have to vote on the amendment. We can just do it all together.
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead and call the question.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Thank you.
Motion
Thank you.
carries. The next item is an ordinance of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, amending Chapter 30 Zoning and Land Development Regulations of the Village Code of Ordinances by amending Section 30-112 Schedule of District Use and Setback Regulations relating to outdoor dining regulations, providing for severability, providing for codification, providing for conflicts, and providing for an effective date.
Moved. Second.
I'm sorry, who moved? And who seconded?
I seconded it.
Thank you.
We can probably take it.
Okay, let's, first thing we're going to do, well, why don't we do the presentation, then we'll open up for public comments.
So, no full presentation, but a bit of discussion. So again, Jeremy Karras-Gauger, village planner. I hope you're okay with seeing a lot of me this evening.
Do I have a choice?
It's not really a choice, I'm afraid. So, in summary, I think we've had an outdoor dining ordinance in the village for quite a long time. It was greatly expanded during COVID and a lot more freedom given to operators to expand seating, expand locations of seating. And I think the net result of that was that it was still pretty good. And when you walk around, I think it's generally the expanded areas are quite successful. So this is something that came up during vision plan meetings when I was still getting my feet wet and learning the community, was that this is something that should probably continue, and that additional activation of our existing retail spaces is generally a good thing. So this is our effort to kind of capture a lot of those expanded regulations, relaxation of some standards in the regulations, and allow that additional space. So there's a version you have before you, and we presented that version to a very large meeting of all restaurateurs and property managers last Friday. So generally, they're actually universally they were supportive, but they also had a number of suggested additional changes. So I would actually like to outline a couple of those,
So
but I'd rather
additional
pause.
to what we're considering as per the package on Thursday.
Correct.
You know how much I like last minute things, right?
So there are a couple things that are sort of in the existing code that are fairly difficult to enforce. One of which is the requirement in the existing code to have logoed materials, whether it's napkins, forks, whatever. Any disposable materials are required to have a logo per the existing code. I think this has to do with attempting to track trash and debris. It's very impractical for restaurateurs to procure in small batches logoed materials, very expensive as well. I think that one is one that they would like to have additionally stricken. Additionally, something that I picked up on later is currently there is a complete prohibition on any music outside. So, in fact, every outdoor dining restaurant that I've visited recently has some music playing. It's never louder than sort of ambient. So I would recommend that we modify to acknowledge the reality and accept it, and with very strong conditions that it not be louder than any ambient noise. And so that's one that they brought up as well.
So those two?
Those two.
That's it?
The outdoor, there's currently a condition that says all outdoor furniture must be stored indoors if it's movable furniture. And this is something that has been, once restaurants expanded into additional space, also became impractical during COVID. And that if we intend to allow expansion, we would need to allow storage via either via a management plan, which we already have the requirement for a site plan.
So the three are, just to be clear, the three are logos on napkins, etc., accessories, the music, and the storage of furniture.
Storage of movable furniture, yes.
Okay. So to Councilmember Laredo's point, is it possible to pass this and then if we can't get consensus on that, we could pass this and then maybe come back at those points later if there's a problem?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
This would be something we would amend prior to second reading.
Oh, okay. All right, fine.
There's one of two ways. You guys can approve them tonight as presented, or you can wait until second reading and we can deliver it and you can see
A little
it in
more,
front
right.
of you.
Okay, so okay, fine, great. First reading, appreciate that. So to your point about not having information on the 3 points, we will have a second reading. So what I'd like to do, Jeremy, if you're done, or if I could allow public comments. I know I've got a couple people who would like to speak. Michelle Estevez?
On the restaurants.
What's that?
She's talking on the restaurants.
Well, I don't know. I would assume so, but I'm not going to. What happened
Michelle
here?
Esteves, 425 Great Tree Drive. I'm sorry, I have a problem with my vocal cords. I am not sick. I request that you pass the reading like was recommended. Also to commend the staff because Jeremy have this meeting through the chamber. They give us a week advance of the meeting. I think that 90% of the restaurants owners were there and managers. I think the changes that they have submitting for you to consider, they are changes that we are all agree. And to be honest, we were all very much surprised that the changes that they were proposed, they were more lenient and open with the understanding and supporting the businesses, the outdoor restaurants of this community. Especially that today, that we all know that people would like to be more outdoors than indoors. So I thank the staff for doing this and Jeremy having the consideration and for you to consider the change of this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anybody else want to speak to this? Okay. Discussion? Councilmember Laredo? And then Councilmember Kaplan?
The first thing I think is a matter of reflection. I think during the pandemic, I think the people who really did more to lift our spirits were the restaurants that, ad hoc, without knowing what the rules were. It's been a terrible 2 years, but they brought joy and pleasure. And we discovered that we don't use our outdoors as we should, particularly in the winter. So first of all, my congratulations to each one of the restaurants because I know how much they struggle. So this is a great step in the right direction. I do not have, and I'd be happy to make a motion for this with the 3 additional requirements. What I would try to object, Mr. Mayor, is if that wasn't, if it was known on Friday, what's wrong with sending a little 2-paragraph email so I don't have to all of a sudden, like it happened before with the signage. So I'm prepared. I think it's very good. I'm very happy the outreach that he's done because it's unbelievable. And more importantly, that he's been able somehow to convince some of the landlords to go along with it, and some other businesses complain because it takes some spaces. So this is a great achievement. And those 3 conditions are fine with me if you want to incorporate them into a motion.
Okay.
I don't know how that goes.
Perfect. Councilmember Kaplan, then the vice mayor, and then Ed will be after the vice mayor.
Sometimes extraordinary times cause us to be able to recognize what we knew all along in the first place, which was that outdoor dining is really nice.
Right.
The only question that I have on this is the bit about the logos on umbrellas. I can't quite summon up an image in the community that makes me, gives me a clue where that comes from.
Artisan.
So this is a practical reality as well. Sunbrellas are the large outdoor dining umbrellas are quite expensive. They're also a fairly frequent giveaway by brands. Yeah. So, and usually, you can think of,
Cinzano, Heineken, yeah.
Maybe, yeah, like a Campari umbrella. So this is something that is very frequently used. They've been used. They're fairly discreet as far as logoed merchandise goes, typically. So that's why we included it with some very specific caveats.
So this isn't the name of the restaurant. This is Dubonnet.
It's like they said, like Heineken or whatever. Like the beer is sold and they give them an umbrella and they have it.
Okay.
Vice Mayor?
Yeah, I just want to say I'm in support of this. I mean, when it comes to our businesses, the restaurants are what generates that life here, right? And gets people out and walking around and shopping and things like that. So we do have to give that support, and outdoor activities even brings more people out and gives more life to the community, and this brings it out. And I think it's a great addition that we did after COVID, and I'm looking forward to getting this moving.
Absolutely. Councilmember London?
I'm all for the 3 changes that Ms. Chell asked for. I have 2 minor comments. It would be on number 7, which is furniture, which is composed of PVC, plastic, Formica, where similar materials is prohibited. Formica is a brand name for high pressure density laminates, and a lot of people use it for tabletops, not for building furniture strictly as a wearing service. Any reason why high pressure density laminates cannot be used?
So I would actually propose we make a minor change there to say solely of those materials, because I do think there's a
right.
What we don't want is
that's fine.
Yeah.
Okay.
But are you going to call it plastic laminate instead of the company's name, or?
I think that's a good
Sure.
idea.
Well, it's called high pressure density laminate.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
Yeah.
Next thing is number 16. Site plan of the company by Ordinance shall be submitted to and approved by the village building, zoning, planning department, fire department, and police department. I see no reason why the fire department and police department should get involved and delay the things and possibly cost the tenant or the owner more money for no reason. Since it's outside, there's no fire thing, and the police, you're approving the site plan. What do they have to do with it?
So I would push back a little bit on that regarding fire department review, because oftentimes this can impact the life safety plan of an overall site. Even a basic version would be if they want to put this in front of a fire hydrant, for instance. But it could also be path of travel for a means of egress from the building.
Right.
So. Obviously, it's called common sense, and I assume the building, planning, and zoning department, that is you, would certainly not let me put it in front of a fire hydrant or blocking.
But the way I do that is by giving it to the fire department to review.
You just pass it on to somebody else, Jeremy.
All right. Any other points, Ed?
That's it.
Councilmember McCormick?
Fine.
Yeah, no, I support this with the changes. I think this has been, like everyone has said, a really nice addition to the community. And, we talked earlier about the idea of having like a vision plan and trying to stay true to our vision. I think one of the things we often try to do is find ways to get people in our community to connect with each other. And I think that people sitting outside and eating and seeing other neighbors or community members walking past or stopping to chat it's an added bonus. So I think this is great.
Okay, and just real quick, I support this 100%. I do want to thank staff for working with our residents. I mean, that's the goal, right? We want our government to be responsive and to take the issues and concerns we have and get things done. So I appreciate everybody for bringing this forward, and I appreciate staff for making it happen. So let's call the question.
Sorry, Councilmember Laredo, you made a motion to.
I seconded the motion to add the
changes.
3 points. Yes, the 3 points.
And we're gonna add the amendment that
And the change also about the consisting solely or composed solely of.
Yeah, but I would, Ed, we like to be as general as possible. I would just put plastic laminate, not to go to high density, because it could be medium density, there could be low density. So let's just call it plastic laminate. It covers it all. All right? We do that on our drawings.
And text thing, when you delete the disposable items in the logo, don't delete the litter. That stays.
The 300 feet, yeah, that's what you're talking about.
All right.
Yeah.
All right, let's call the question. It's all, I seconded it. Let's go.
Is this the voting on the
This is
motion?
the voting, no, it's the voting on everything. It's all been
with all amended.
as amended.
Councilmember London.
Yes.
Councilmember McCormick?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Moss?
Yes.
Councilmember Segarola?
Yes.
Mayor Davey?
Yes.
Councilmember Kaplan?
Yes.
Councilmember Laredo?
Yes.
The ordinance is approved on first reading as amended.
Beautiful. Thank you. Next item.
The next item is an ordinance of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, amending Chapter 30 Zoning and Land Development Regulations of the Village Code of Ordinances by comprehensively amending, creating, and updating regulations relating to bicycle and golf cart requirements, providing for severability, providing for codification, providing for conflicts, and providing for an effective date.
Moved.
Second.
Thank you.
Sir?
Once again, so believe it or not, this is actually very closely tied to the outdoor dining ordinance. Simply because one of the main issues with any expansion of outdoor dining is where do you put everybody? So when we started looking at this, and we really started looking at this in discussion in the vision plan as well, in those meetings, the question was, if we're going to expand outdoor dining, we have limited footprint, where are the opportunities? And what also came up during those meetings quite a bit was, how do we get people out of their cars? In summary, like, how do we actually actively encourage, incentivize folks to find a different means of getting around? And so one of the best ways you can do that is to provide parking for those means of getting around. And as somebody who bikes pretty frequently, I am usually shocked by how little parking there is for bicycles in most of our shopping centers. So rather than sort of retroactively make any sort of requirement, these things started to come together as an idea of, how do we get space for additional outdoor dining? Well, if we can get people into some of these alternative means, maybe we can convert some parking spaces, which actually would create some additional square footage, or create the opportunity for additional square footage, or even additional golf cart parking if there's an otherwise a parking shortage. So this is where these things came together. What you have specifically in this ordinance is an ability for either new construction or existing to replace up to 30% of their vehicular parking with golf cart parking and bicycle parking. So for every car that you take away, you have to add at least one golf cart and at least one bicycle parking space. There's an additional section in here that talks about creating standards for bicycle parking that are sort of best practices of both long-term storage and short-term bicycle storage. So creating some standards similar to we have standards for our parking spaces for cars. And the conversion of some spaces, actually, even after you account for the golf cart, the bicycle parking spot, it would enable folks to have some additional square footage in existing shopping centers in the parking lots, either additional, we're not going to mandate how it's used. It can be actually used to expand the number of overall parking spaces if they want to add additional golf cart parking, but it creates the opportunity for outdoor dining, additional green space, et cetera.
I think it's great.
Yeah, I think it's excellent.
Well, the question-
No, I need to open for public comments. Does anybody want to speak to this ordinance? Oh, there she comes. Bad vocal cords and all.
Yeah, it's a bad day to do that, huh?
Sorry. Go ahead. State your name and.
Michelle Esteves, 425 Great Tree Drive. Listen, if you ever get bad laryngitis, take care, because I have my right vocal cords paralyzed. Mm-hmm. Okay. I think the parking, that what they suggesting is good, but at the same time, we need to have into an account that the shopping centers suffer for short-term parking. If we're going to take 30% away, it's going to be more difficult. I think that we can assign in the front of the shopping center, the green spaces, to put the bicycle racks, because to convert a parking space for a bicycle rack is taking a lot. I do have bicycle racks. I know they are not just visible at the Square Shopping Center, but whoever ride bicycles, they don't want to leave the bicycle racks on the racks. They take their bicycles right next to their table. The kids forget it. None of them, they do it. They ride the bicycles along the walkways. So I think that it was discussed, and we have some disagreement over among the meeting that day. I think this needs to be looked into a little bit better, and maybe we can come with a better solution, not to take too much parking space. I know we're trying constantly to encourage people to walk, to do this, to do the other, but for how many years? It's not going to happen, but it's going to affect the shorter of parking that we have in the shopping centers. So it's no bad idea, but I think that it have to come with a plan, not just to take parking spaces away.
Okay. Hold on one second. Anybody else want to speak to this? All right, I'm going to close public discussion, public comments. Jeremy, yeah.
Just to clarify, I want to emphasize that this is strictly voluntary.
Okay.
And, to allow innovation. It's not a requirement or, that we're going to make them convert their existing bike parking to the new standard.
Okay. Well, that was going to be my question there. Yeah. Go ahead, Councilmember.
No, I was going to highlight, as I do all the time, that we can't, come at the 11th hour. He's done a lot of outreach. Obviously, there's different points of view. But this is and this is, again, how by acting, we are, in essence, implementing the vision. And most business people know that it's a fact in retail that of getting people out of the cars, going into these restaurants, outdoor, they drift into the stores that they do not intend to go into and buy something that they would not otherwise do. It's just common sense. So we're moving in the right direction. Is it perfect? No. Is it in the spirit and the look of what we want this city to be with? Yes. And so on one hand, we have to have a cohesive thing, and this is moving in the right direction. Right. Getting people a little bit off the car, it will increase retail sales. It happens everywhere else. And so this is, I understand that some people may not agree with it, but I can't think of anything better. And studying it again, it goes into, we need to move, because also we have a great season coming up in terms of weather.
Yeah.
Agreed.
And the voluntary, it all depends on the private property and what they want to
And we can
affect their
tinker
own.
with it later on. If
Yeah, yeah, they have to make that decision themselves.
I think the voluntary is key because each individual shopping center knows their clients, they know their needs, they know where they need what, and I think it's good as an option. And I always love trying to figure out a way to get people out of their cars.
Any other comments, or can we vote on this?
I'm
Okay,
ready.
Call the question, please.
Councilmember McCormick?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Moss?
Yes.
Councilmember Segarola?
Yes.
Mayor Davey?
Yes.
Councilmember Kaplan?
Yes.
Councilmember Laredo?
Yes.
Councilmember London?
Yes.
Thank you. The ordinance passes on first reading.
Next item.
The next item is the consent agenda.
Moved.
Second.
Discussion?
Let's call a question.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Okay.
Next item is an ordinance of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, amending section 30-197 of Article 8, signs of Chapter 30 of the Village Code of Ordinances relating to the placement of signs on decorative architectural features, providing for severability, providing for codification, providing for conflicts, and providing for an effective
Moved.
date.
Second. He jumped the gun. I just want to point it out. He jumped the gun.
That's the only way I can get a move
Hey,
in
man,
there.
you got to be quick.
I can't get a motion if I can't do it while she's still talking.
Get up, Buttercup. All right. Yeah, you can go ahead. We're having
Once
fun.
again, so this is, for the benefit of the public, this is regarding the allowance of signage on architectural features, which is currently prohibited. Instead of prohibiting it, we are proposing to allow it depending on a number of conditions. 4 or 5. 4 conditions. Intended to discourage, essentially in summary, they're intended to discourage people from then going forward and building dedicated sign elements or repurposing architectural features to become billboards.
Right. Okay.
You did a lot of input.
That's what
like you do all the time.
Yeah.
Arising out of the last meeting where we had a conflict.
Yeah, I mean, there's really one instance where this would apply locally, and we certainly communicated with those folks.
I'm going to open it for public comment. Anybody want to speak to this? Francois, yeah, you can speak for her. Let Michelle sit out one. Come on. No? Okay, we're good. All right, they like it. Okay, good.
Francois, speaking
All right.
French.
Any discussion up
Yeah,
here?
I have one thing.
Councilmember Segarola, then the Vice Mayor.
For condos, and like forgot, they're not called tombstone signs, but
Monument signs.
the monument signs.
Tombstone signs. A little dark.
That's a good, no, I think it's also a used description, yeah.
They don't fall within this, correct? Why? And I know because I've spoken to many condo buildings, including my own, and I think I mentioned this last time this came up, that we, for example, using my own building, we want to replace our 50-year-old sign that's falling apart with something similar, but it can't be done because there's a current prohibition. Can this be expanded to have similar criteria for multi-residential buildings?
Residential, right.
And why not?
It's a separate matter than an architectural feature. You know, it really would be needing to come back with something specific to monument signs.
Right. I mean, I like the criteria that you put in here, which is basically a property by property assessment, make sure everything's cohesive.
No, this is village-wide.
Right.
These
But
rules,
there's like a cohesiveness to it.
Yeah, each property owner has to submit to the council for approval.
Correct.
I think the answer is, Councilmember, we could bring a different ordinance forward if you wanted to. This one is a different topic, but yes.
Oh, right. My request is exactly that. If we can get this photocopy and make it for residential properties, so then we have uniformity across the board.
Right. So we can pass this now and.
Okay, this is not
a resolution.
Correct.
Coming back with the spirit of the.
If it's the direction of council.
That is the direction of council.
Okay, all right.
Please.
And I think the same criteria and methods would apply.
What's your?
My comment really quick is that I just want to make sure that things don't get abused from what an architectural element is and what they're using it for. In the instance that, the community came to us in their particular instance, made sense. But I don't know if you could, this has to go through 2 readings. If you could come back with us, just giving us, I was thinking a limit of how far away an architectural element can be from the actual store before it becomes not really making sense to put a sign on it. So if somebody doesn't put a 300 feet wall like way out there and say, but that's the same thing, right? And it's like, okay, now we're getting a little crazy, right? So if you could bring us back something that would keep that from happening, I think that would be nice to add that.
Sure.
Thank you.
It does in 4B say that the feature has to be adjacent to the tenant being identified, but
But adjacent could be 300 feet, 200 feet. What is it?
So you want to further define
Let's
that.
put a number,
Okay.
or
All right.
something.
Yeah,
we can do that.
Yeah, it could be height times something or whatever it is.
Anybody else? I think, I appreciate you doing it, and I think they've waited patiently over at the square, so I do appreciate this moving forward at this time.
But I want to make a point that it's also, this is the right way of doing it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Versus what unfortunately happened last time.
All right, call the question, please.
Vice Mayor Moss.
Yes.
Councilmember Segurola.
Yes.
Mayor Davey.
Yes.
Councilmember Kaplan.
Where did I go?
He's outside.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Councilmember Laredo.
Yes.
Councilmember London.
Yes.
Councilmember McCormick.
Councilmember Kaplan's coming back in. Councilmember McCormick, yes or no? Yes or no?
Yes for Kaplan.
On.
Yes, yes, and yes. Let's go.
Okay.
The ordinance that passes on first reading. The next item is an ordinance of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, adopting the evaluation and appraisal report-based amendments to the comprehensive plan, providing for transmittal, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date.
Moved.
Second.
Thank you.
Take it away.
All right, so what you have before you for this piece is the adoption of something you all directed us to do in 2018, which was to proceed with
How prescient of you to know in 2018 that you would be working here in 2022.
Right.
It's impressive.
I think it was only there at the city for a year at that point, so it was really pretty good.
I apologize.
So this is, in summary, keeping us in compliance with state regulations. We are not substantially changing any policies. We are updating things that have changed in state code. Probably the most substantive thing is that state requirement for a property rights amendment. The actual text of the amendment doesn't require us to do anything different.
Element. An element.
It's an element, yeah. So the next step for this will be for us to transmit this to the state. They will make comments, hopefully endorse, and then it'll come back for final. And then what that will allow us to do is then come back and make substantive changes if we want to in the future. Because as of right now, we can't amend our comp plan until we're in compliance with the year requirement.
Okay.
Mayor, after we vote on this, we don't have to hear from Jeremy again today?
No, I think we got a few more.
No.
He's here all night. It's the Jeremy show. It's the Jeremy show. All right. I'm going to open this for public comments at this point. Anybody here to speak on the ear? I'm going to close public comments. Councilmember Kaplan, you have comments?
I think that this, first of all, it's required, as you say, but the development of this has prompted and will continue to prompt some substantive inputs, feedback from all of us, potentially, from the community, and resulting, one hopes, in an improved presentation of a good comp plan.
So that is worth mentioning. In the memo I submitted with this, I did put forward a little bit of a plan of action for next steps. And I think the first thing we would like to do is to come back with an amendment where we really just reformat the current version of the plan to a more sort of logical organization. Our intent with that is to not really change any words, just reformat, because the legislation that comes when you reformat something, it's basically a 100% strike and replace. So it looks horrifying that you're trying to change everything. And so our intent would really be, no, we're only reordering, we're not changing any substance. And then in the future, when we do something else we really need to do, which is introduce language about resiliency, sea level rise, et cetera, peril of flood, that then those changes become easier because we have a more logically formatted document.
One last question. Or one that wasn't a question, so now this is a question. The concurrency, the parks concurrency related stuff that is really 1995-ish, continues here. It
has no bearing on anything anymore.
The law has changed. It's not, I think that our policy, despite the change in the law, was that we wanted to maintain a concurrency standard, notwithstanding.
Right.
That was true, and it remains true. So I think all this stuff is relevant, despite the fact that the law is different.
Yeah, the parks concurrency still applies until we amend our comp plan to remove it.
Oh, okay.
So notwithstanding the change in the state law to make it more discretionary.
Anybody have any other comments, or can we vote on this?
I'm good.
All right, let's go.
Councilmember Segurola?
Yes.
Mayor Davey?
Yes.
Councilmember Kaplan?
Yes.
Councilmember Loreno?
Yes.
Councilmember London?
Yes.
Councilmember McCormick?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Moss?
Next item.
The ordinance passes on first reading. The next item, an ordinance of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, amending Chapter 29 Stormwater Utility System, Sections 29-2 entitled Definitions, 29-3 entitled Findings and Determinations, and 29-4 entitled Stormwater Utility Fee of the Village Code of Ordinances relating to the village's stormwater utility apportionment methodology for allocating stormwater utility fees and appeals or adjustments, providing for severability, providing for codification, providing for conflicts, and providing for an effective date.
Moved. Second.
Thank you.
Mr. Manager?
Yes, yes, Mr. Mayor, just for procedural sake, since it is past 8 o'clock, we'll refer this manager's report back to the continuation of the resolutions.
Thank you.
So we've all
go,
spent a
Jake.
lot of time on this. You want to vote on it?
Well, I think you want
Yeah,
to
you wanna vote
talk
now?
about
You
it.
can.
I'm sure there's going to be some questions here.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I have Ralph Tellis here. We're going to have a quick presentation, but before, I just wanted to take the floor and give a brief overview of Stormwater Fund, how it started, and where we are today. Stormwater Fund was established in June of 1993 per Ordinance 93-11 to provide collection, storage, treatment, and conveyance of stormwater within the village. In 1993, village adopted the first resolution to set the first stormwater rate at $5. In September 2010, Village Council authorized Burton Associates to conduct the stormwater rate study. It was studied again, and the rate study included review of existing stormwater charges, long-term debt service, capital improvements plan, and projections of revenues. Shortly after, March 8, 2011, Village adopted Resolution 2011-4 and setting the stormwater rate at $8.90. So it was the second time it was changed. Fast forward in 2018, Village issued a request for proposal at the direction of the council to hire a consultant to perform storm rate study. At the time, there was no respondent, so we did not the extensive study. As directed by the manager, the in-house staff performed internal analysis of stormwater fund budget and determined that existing budget allows Village to provide basic level of service, which is compliance with the rules and regulations, but nothing beyond. And at that time, we recommended the stormwater utility rate should be increased to $16.90 by generating that $8 net increase, and which at that time generated additional $880,000 a year revenue to support increased level of service, as well as a possible debt service of $17 million bond. Last year in 2021, the Village Council passed and adopted Resolution 2120 to hire Raftelis Financial Consultants to perform Village's stormwater utility rate study, and here we are today. I have Raftelis here with me, and I think we have a presentation, just a couple pages. to provide an update on what we've done after the second hearing to this council's questions. So we're going to go over those, and then we'll open the floor for questions.
Thank you. Just click forward from here. There, right hands. Okay. Okay. All right. So if you don't mind, I'm going to just take a brief moment and recap where we've been, because it's been quite a while. So I think for the public and for y'all to see a couple of steps that we went through in this process. So we held a workshop earlier in the year, and our charge, we were engaged to look at your rate structure methodology. So all the proposals that we have developed to date are based upon a revenue neutral basis. They don't produce any more revenue, but they look at how those costs were apportioned among your customer classes. So originally you had, as Jake pointed out, one ERU rate was $16.90. The ordinance for single family homes equated their burden to 1.5 ERUs, and that was a rate of $25.35. And then commercial customers their rate was actually based on the measured impervious area for that property, that parcel, divided by 1083 to get an equivalent ERU basis, and then that was again multiplied by 1690. So the commercial charges varied based on impervious area. So we undertook this review, and we ended up, you have 88 multifamily parcels, and we measured every single parcel. And when we looked at those parcels, we looked at the entire amount of impervious square foot on the parcel, including private roadways, community centers, our common areas, pool decks, not swimming pools themselves. But we looked at the entire impervious area on each of those 88 properties, and we then calculated the impervious area per unit for that class. We then measured the entire residential sector. So we looked at all the single family homes in your community. And what we found, and currently, again, you equate one ERU to a multifamily unit. And again, single family was 1.5 times that. So what we found based on this measurement process was that for a single family or for a multifamily unit, one ERU at today's circumstance is about 986 square feet. So it's slightly lower, but didn't change a lot. On the other hand, single family square footage was 4,805 square foot on average, if you will, the median number there, which is 4.87 times the ERU, not 1.5 times. So in looking at that, we realized that's a significant impact. There's many ways you can set rates that are valid. But what we did note when we measured all the properties is there was quite a significance within each of the classes. For example, in single family residential, we had properties that had as few as 1,600 square feet of impervious area up to 22,800 square feet of impervious area. And even in the multifamily class, we had a huge variance between properties where it was less than 700 feet per unit to well over 2,000 square feet per unit. So there was a huge variance. Given the small number of properties and our belief that impervious area is the primary factor that should be used to establish rates, working with staff, we came up with an approach that would just use each property's measured impervious area. And instead of trying to define an ERU, it would be at a uniform rate of $12 or 0.1237 cents per square foot annually. So we would have one rate per square foot of impervious area. Now, that did quite a bit of shifting in the revenue burden among your customer classes. And in fact, the residential class was going to see theirs increase by about 120%. in terms of total revenues, whereas the multifamily would be the beneficiary of a significant reduction, as well as commercial, because the total impervious area we're looking at to recover the cost over had grown so much. So after the first reading, we were asked to look at another alternative to include a base rate. That base rate was predicated on the idea that there's other impervious area in the community that needs to be considered, and that's primarily your roadways, and that there is a benefit to everyone from using those roadways, and why not factor that in? So we looked at the impervious area of roadways relative to the developed properties, and it turns out that it's roughly 15%. So when you look at the entire community, roadways make up about 15% of the impervious area. And based upon approaches in other communities that have used base charges to try to collect this, we then said, okay, we're going to collect 15% of the revenue requirements through a base charge or a flat charge per parcel. The other thing we considered, we did two calculations for you. And I'm going to get into the presentation now. And those included a base charge per parcel, and I think this table shows the overall impervious area with the road and sidewalks being about 15%. And then we looked at two different alternatives. One would be a per parcel approach, where we took that 15% of your revenue requirements and we strictly divided it by the number of parcels. And that came out to be $3.17 a month. You would multiply that by 12, obviously, for your annual assessment. But then when we looked at other practices in the industry, the Florida Stormwater Association recommends when you look at this as a method of apportionment and using a base charge based upon the theory that we're recovering the costs of maintaining and keeping the roads clear, that you should consider trip generation. So what we did was we used the national information on trip generation by property type. We had numbers for single-family homes. We had numbers for multifamily homes. And then for the non-residential, you don't have a lot of uses in your non-residential category, unlike communities near where I live, like Orlando and Altamont Springs. So we looked at the number of categories, and we came up with a weighted number so we could have one base fee for commercial that was weighted based upon the trip generation for all the commercial customers. So what that came up with then, based on the number of trips that we would assume to allocate, then the single family unit would be slightly higher at $3.21 per month. Multifamily would go down to $1.55, but non-residential would go up to $7.16. Because when you look at trip generation data, most roadway trips, commercial properties have a lot higher trip generation. And obviously within that class that varies as well, but we didn't want to make this rate overly complicated. So based upon that, the next thing you'll see in the handout we gave you for today's presentation, we showed you what the revenues look like. And as you can see, with some minor rounding, they all produce $1.9 million, just under $1.920 in revenues. And you can see on the left the existing revenue by classes. If we do the original proposal of 0.1237 per square foot annually, that gives you the revenue there. Single family would go from $407,000 to $903,000, multifamily down from $1.4 million down to $775,000, and non-residential takes a pretty large reduction, and that reduction is about 34%. So we'd see 121% increase in single family cost recovery, 32.4% reduction in multifamily, and about a 34% reduction in commercial. So it's really shifting the burden to single family based upon purely IA. When we put in the trips and the parcel, pure parcel, it doesn't change much for non-residential because we're assigning only one base charge per parcel. Their revenues are approximately equal to what the impervious area only. And it doesn't change much for single family. So what we liked better was when we took the advice of the Stormwater Association and applied the trips, it brought the non-residential back up to 322,000. The beneficiary was the multifamily class, and the single family class got about the same as if we had just done straight parcels. So that's where we are with the impacts of the overall recommendation. This is just a bar chart showing that comparison of revenues in a relative way, so I won't spend a lot of time on that since we've already talked about the numbers. But I would like to take you to the report we produced back in June. If you have that, I'm just going to tell you that the rate then under the new rate proposal, using a base charge based upon a trip generation allocation, would be $321 per month for single family, $1.55 for multifamily, and $716 residential. And instead of that impervious area charge being 0.1237 per square foot, it would be 0.1059. So that's gone down because we're now collecting the revenue through the monthly fee. Now, I would like to point out that while this does shift the burden to residential overall, there are some benefits here to doing a measured approach. And on page 9 of your report, that's an awful small number, I apologize. Yeah, on page 3 of your report, what it shows is that for a small single-family home, in our grouping that we would consider small, the rate actually goes down from 2535 to 1817. The median home, that bigger home that we measured, would go from 2535 to 4545, and your larger homes, in this case 12,500 square foot home, would go from 2535 to 11321. Similarly, small multifamily example of 580 square foot per unit would go from 1690 all the way down to 665. But when you get to those larger ones, and we use an example at 1750 square foot per unit, they would be paying just 5 cents more per month on their charge, going from 1690 to 1695. So while the revenues did shift to residential, the smaller homes will not see much of an impact. The larger homes will see a significant impact. And similarly, the reduction to multifamily, those bigger luxury developments with large units will see basically the same rate and not the reduction. And it'll only be the smaller units that'll see the kind of reduction that led to this overall impact. So that's what we've done for you. It was a good exercise, and we appreciate the feedback we got. And so we wanted to share that with you tonight.
Appreciate it. Okay, I'm going to open this up for public comment real quick. Is there anybody here who'd like to speak to this ordinance? It's a second reading. Okay, I'm going to close public comments.
May I read the instructions?
I'm sorry?
May I read the instructions?
Yes, go ahead and read the instructions for.
If you would like to speak during public comments, please call 305-365-7569 and then enter Zoom meeting ID number 231-627-8415 followed by pound. There is no participant ID. Press pound again, then press 9, which will place you in a queue. When it is your turn to speak, you will be called upon by the last 3 digits of your telephone number. If you have joined through the Zoom app, please click the raise your hand button.
Okay. Did you want to say something?
I had a question.
Go ahead, Councilmember McCormick.
About the base rate, that you did calculate the government buildings, but didn't include them. Why is
Okay,
that?
so we're trying to, the proposition is a cost benefit formula. And what we see as the common practice is that alternatively, and you only got a few parcels, we actually looked at parks and government buildings. And what we would recommend instead is you just have the city or the town pay that fee on behalf of their own properties. That way you're not asking others to pay for their burden on the stormwater system. The town itself would pay for it, and that is the practice that's the most common in the state of Florida.
Mike?
Yes, Commissioner, Councilmember London?
Excuse me.
Sir, did you include the swales when you did your calculation? Because my calculations are completely different from yours. If you include the swales, if you include the parks, if you include the government buildings, you're probably closer to 40% instead of 14%, aren't you?
So staff did the calculations, but we only looked at impervious area, which, you know, our interpretation of swales, because when we looked at the parks, we didn't use the park land, we used the impervious buildings, the impervious area on the parkland.
We're talking about stuff that everybody can use. A base charge means it's available to everybody. The swales are part of the roadways. But they're not. The parks are available to everybody. The government buildings are available to everybody. So if you're going to use your convoluted system, which makes no sense to me, then why don't you use everything and come up with a number, and that becomes part of your base charge. Number one. Number two, you have a method, if I remember correctly. If you're not happy the way you assess these number of square feet on your property, you have a means to protest it. Is that right?
Yes.
Yes.
And the means to protest it, you have to go hire an engineer. You have to prepare all kinds of stuff. And we're talking about doing all this for something that costs $40-some a month, and if you win, maybe you can lower it by $5, and you could cover your costs maybe in 200 years. So your appeal process makes absolutely no economic sense whatsoever. Then you talk about per trips, and you talk, of course, that the trips for condominiums or multifamily is much less than trips for single family. I assume you're basing that on kids, that we assume when people have a single family, they have more kids, and kids drive, even though most kids under 16 don't drive. Is that why you come up with those numbers?
Well, I think there's a number of factors that go into it. We used the international traffic engineer studies, and I think it also includes seasonality and other impacts in terms of roadway use.
So basically, we're just using other people's studies, plugging numbers in here, and trying to find out how many digits we can hide to how many digits can we go to make it look like this is really scientific and really exact. The next, so we did swales, parks, and churches. I assume the council will go along with their thing tonight. At least we should change that for the base rate. But to make life simple, which basically does not give any justification for you as a consultant, and I know my dear friend Luis Laredowitz is about consultants, this convoluted, detailed plan, taking in numbers from all different authorities, the simple way is just to say, why don't we just include it in our real estate taxes? So it's ad valorem. And if we did ad valorem without the adjustment, it comes out to $9.89 for a $500,000 home valuation, I should say, or $19.79 per month for $1 million, up to $29.63 for $1.5 million, and $39.57 for $2 million, which probably takes in consideration over 90-some% of the homes in Key Biscayne. And then you gave us numbers. Well, the lots go from 1,600 to 22,000. Well, there's not too many 22,000 since most of the lots in Key Biscayne are 7,500. So that becomes just like a red herring you throw at us to make it justify this thing. So again, if the council is going to approve it, I really suggest we approve it with all the base rate, including everything available that the government owns that we can use, which is the swales, the government buildings, and the parks, whatever the properties we own, make that your base rate. But more importantly, I think the system stinks, and I think we basically should go ad valorem. We can adjust it as a factor for residential, but we'll make life easy, very simple. There'll be no protest, and life would go on. Thank you.
Let me answer the first two questions again.
Yeah, answer the questions if you can.
Thank you, Council Member. I'm going to try to answer the first two questions. Number one, the 15%. So what we did was we have a contract in place with our land surveyor to do the land survey village-wide for utility underground and stormwater projects. So we asked them to actually go ahead and calculate every impervious surface in the village. So we calculated village-wide impervious surface. It includes roads and sidewalks and homes and everything else. And we only included, and then we go ahead and calculated public roadways and sidewalks. And when you compare those numbers, those are 15%. We did not look at the swales because the term that we're using is impervious area. We looked at the impervious area, public roadways and sidewalks and concrete spaces are 15% of overall impervious. That's the first question. The second question is appeal process. It's two separate issues. Number one, if there's a single family home that wants to appeal that we computed their square footage wrong, it's a very easy correction, and we're not going to put any burden on our residents. It's not going to be engineer hired. It's going to come to our office, and we can simply calculate and correct our error if there's an error. And if it's not, you can say the same. Now, appeal process for bigger complexes, it is complex. And again, this could apply to multifamily or commercial places that, acres and acres in size, and then it's very clearly depicted in an ordinance. If they, I don't know exactly the top of my head, but if they prove that if they are actually retaining the stormwater runoff from 100-year storm event, and show that by calculations, they get 25% credit. If they do show they retain all the stormwater from 50-year storm event, they get 15%. So that's, yes, they're going to have to hire an engineer because it's not an easy process, and we're going to have to review it. And if they prove that they're retaining stormwater runoffs in those said 150-year storm events, then we'll provide a credit. So that's clearly depicted in the ordinance, and I believe it's being used in different municipalities as well. So those are the first two. And if you, Henry, want to answer about the rest of it.
Well, I would say that there's quite a number of stormwater utilities in the state of Florida that charge fees as opposed to using not ad valorem, or opposed to using ad valorem taxes. That's certainly a way to recover your costs. But I would say that 80% of the stormwater utilities in Florida do rely on impervious area as the basis to apportion costs. There's folks out there that charge the same per parcel. Now, when we're asked to do this, we do it in a manner that we feel like we can support and defend. And I don't think we could defend a per parcel approach per se. And we've had a number of communities over the years that were using those per parcel approaches change to impervious area because they knew that they could not defend their approach. So again, what we're using is a common methodology in the state of Florida for recovering stormwater fees.
Vice Mayor?
Are we going to send out the
Hold on.
to determine?
Ed, hold on. Okay, go ahead, Ed.
I said, just one silly thing. Are you going to send an inspector, Jake, if the guy has an unfinished pool or a regular pool to determine how much water he can retain in case of a storm? And if it's a regular pool, how deep it is below the top? I don't think so.
I don't foresee that any residential property would actually go to that extent to ask for credit. It's exactly. And if they would, right.
And by the way, we did not include the pool surface, the water surface of the pools in the impervious area calculations.
Vice Mayor?
What does that mean?
It means that when we counted the impervious area for a given property, we counted the pool deck, we counted patios, driveways, etc., but we did not calculate the square foot of the pool itself into that number.
Yes, but if the pool can retain water, you're not dumping onto the street. So you shouldn't somehow give credit for that, shouldn't you?
We've in effect given credit by not
charging for it, right? Correct. It's not considered impervious. So, Vice Mayor.
No, I've been really torn with this because it's just, I agree, and I think I've, in our meetings I've told you that it's complicated, right? It's just a really complicated system. I was hoping that this was just going to be a more simplified system. The appeals process, every property is different, every single one, and if somebody does something, oh, you can go and appeal this and change it. I mean, it's mind-boggling when you start thinking that everything is individual. A couple of things that I would say that the ad valorem, I like the idea. The problem that I have with it is that I also like that the fee is coming through in a revenue form, because I think that will help bond and finance in the future for those types of projects. So I don't like, I asked the attorney if we could do an ad valorem type system within a revenue bond, but he says it's not possible. So that's off the table, and I'm not in support of moving it over just directly to ad valorem for the financing side. The trips, and I did bring this up, and I agree with Ed that the numbers that you're using from the national side is taking in certain ideas that a lot of people might be transitional or whatever, going through, not living there full time, may not have a lot of kids. But I think that in Key Biscayne is different. I mean, I used to live in the Ocean Club, and it's filled with kids, it's filled with cars. And now I live in a house, and I use everything the exact same. It really doesn't change. So I don't know why the trip generation would be so different in this area. And I know that you're looking for something that you can use, but I mean, maybe this is something that we would have to find an adjustment or something that we feel that fits here, if possible. I don't know. One of the other things I did ask for, I haven't gotten, and I meant to bring this up, and I did ask, for a person, I lived in Ocean Club, and for a person that lives there, I know how the Ocean Club is divided, right? So each building is on its own property, and then there's a shared property that is all the roads by themselves, and then there's another property for the club and the cabanas. And I asked if they could send me how, and this is actually not just unique to Ocean Club, Key Colony, I think Grand Bay, they all have this issue. And I was told yes, but I wanted to verify how you guys calculated that, because if you say, yes, I calculated everything on the property, yes, you have everything on the property in the building, but then there's another one that has no units on it. But those units, that area should be calculated back to all the units in there, including the cabana, the club, everything that's being used in that large development. And I did want to verify it, and the only thing that was sent to me was the Ocean Village, which is only one property again, and it just showed the calculation of the parking lot, but that's all within the property. But it's different when you go to these larger urban development condominiums, and I wanted to verify it, but I just never got anything sent to me to say, hey, look how we did this. We took this, we took that, we took that, we divided it, and I understand you guys are saying yes, but I would love to verify it and just make sure that we're not talking, oh, it's an and or an or, and I thought you meant this, and we're on two different pages. I wanted to make sure that we were on the same page, that those calculations were going correctly.
Okay, so can I address that?
Sure.
So for each of the 88 multifamily properties, we again measured all of the impervious area on that property, including the private roadways, sidewalks, common facilities for the entire parcel, okay? Complex, for the entire complex. Then we divided by the number of units in that complex, okay? So that each property actually has a unique rate per unit, just like single family has a unique rate per home. Now, there's certainly simpler ways to do this. We could go back to the one-size-fits-all approach, but it would still shift the burden of revenue to the single-family class. It just would hit the smaller homes much harder and not the bigger homes so much. So that's why you do have, well, I work with the City of Orlando Stormwater. They measure every property, believe it or not, in the City of Orlando. Okay. So even though it's many, many times more properties to keep track of, they do it out of a desire to be as fair as possible. Now, there's nothing perfect about this. We've talked about this tonight when we're setting policies and all that. So the trip generation data, I will grant you that it's not unique to your community, but it compared to just per parcel, what it did for me that made me want to recommend it is it made sure that commercial got recognized for the fact that they have many more trips. And it wasn't so much between single family and multifamily that it made the difference. It was really commercial that it raised by going to the per trip approach. And while again, it's not perfect, it's reasonable and it's supportable based upon that. These trip generation studies are used all the time in setting transportation impact fees throughout the state of Florida and the nation. So I think it's defensible, it's reasonable. No, it's not perfect, but keep in mind what it does is when you go back and look at those impacts, without that, if you just do it per parcel, the commercial class gets a big decrease in revenues. When we calculate in the trip impacts and weight that in, they do get a small decrease, but it's not nearly as significant. And it reflects the fact that they benefit on a trip basis from the roadway maintenance more so than individual homeowners, whether it be single family or multifamily.
From a policy standpoint, can we decide saying that we should not say that there's different trips between a building and a house, an apartment and a house? We're creating, people have the same cars, they're using the cars, they're going to the grocery stores just as much as each other. Could we just say, why are we using two different numbers? Let's just use the same numbers on all the units, or no?
Combining the multifamily and the single family.
Mm-hmm. So using the same trips on both.
Right. When we looked at what others were doing, they were doing it by customer class. So that's the way we did it. From a policy standpoint, you can keep the current method.
Is it defensible?
From that viewpoint.
But is it defensible?
Yes, you could. I'm not saying no.
Okay.
But I'm saying the way we did it is defensible, supportable, and it reflects standards that are in use in the industry for doing this kind of thing. So, for what it's worth, I think trips for commercial was the main reason that we went that way. But it seems to me logical that there probably are more trips for single-family residential neighborhoods and homeowners than multifamily on whole. So that's why the data looked reasonable to us, and that's why we used it.
Councilmember McCormick.
But we did do the per parcel option for you as well.
So this doesn't happen often, but I agree with Ed and so much of what he said. I find this so complicated, and I understand it's how people do it, and I understand that we need to be doing things that are defensible and trying to be as equitable as possible. But it seems really, really complicated to me. And the things that really stood out, as Brett already said, the trips to me, I really think Key Biscayne, the way that we operate, is very, very different. And our multifamily and our single-family homes, I don't think we have that big of a difference. We've seen a real shift on the island of multifamily homes going to year-round residents, a lot of families. On any given street, you could say this house is a vacation home and empty. In any building, you could say that unit is a vacation home and empty. So I don't know that it's accurate enough. I take your point that in terms of the multifamily and single family, the impact when I look here on the bar graph is really, it's
negligible. Not going to change it a whole lot.
And you want to have some sort of data that you can say, if it's challenged, that this is defensible because it came from this organization. I'm not sure if it's defensible if we think it doesn't apply to our community, but I would agree with Ed that if it's the will of the council to go this way, I would like to see the government buildings included in the base rate as opposed to having the government pay, because I think when we do the government paying, we're shifting to ad valorem revenue, and we're going away from this whole system of trying to make sure that we're apportioning everything equally. And when you're going into ad valorem, some people are paying more than others because of the value of their home, and we're not using a value-based system for millage. So for me, I would want those buildings
So if I could respond to that, there's not very many square feet of government buildings of impervious area out there. It will not change things a whole lot. If we combine, if you looked at those outcomes, combining multifamily and single family on an overall basis won't make a huge shift in the overall revenue burden either. So again, those things can be done, all right? But again, the cost benefit nexus is such that particular businesses or community members don't necessarily benefit. Yes, the community benefits, and that's why most communities pay for it from ad valorem taxes, because it's a community resource and the whole community benefits, and not specific users that you would apply these charges to if you included them. If you want, we can go back and put those in, but it's not, I can tell you, it's not going to change the overall outcome. Now, I would like to address the complication issue. Right now, you already measure all your commercial properties, and you really don't have a great deal of other properties in terms of managing the data. Yes, it is complicated in terms of the fact that each property is treated uniquely, but keep in mind, if you've got a 10,000 square foot single family home, and this is basically intended to be a apportionment that is uniform, why should they not pay what a 10,000 square foot commercial customer pays? Under this method, everyone pays the same amount per square foot, okay, for that impervious area charge. And it is scalable, because another alternative, and we discussed this back in the original workshop, is to tier the rates. And we would lump them into small, medium, and large. But when you do that, you've got to have a line in the sand, and then when you go from medium to large, the rate jumps up a lot when you might just be over the threshold. So this approach of doing it per square foot makes the cost uniform, and it's smooth as you go up and down that scale. So again, you could go back to one size fits all and have one rate for multifamily and one rate for single family. But you would, again, the way we've done it, those smaller homes out there, those smaller properties, the ones that have been here for years, aren't going to see a big impact from this. It's going to be these new, larger homes that are going to get hit the hardest. And to go to one size fits all, you wouldn't get that outcome.
I have a question about something you just said. You say everyone's the same if you have a 10,000 square foot house, a 10,000 square foot commercial property. That's if you're using the parcel, that they would be considered the same. But if you're doing trips and we're looking at the commercial buildings.
So that's a very minor part of the charge. So what I meant was it's the same in terms of the impervious area charge, the 10.1059 per square foot. Yes, there is a slight difference, but when we're talking about 10,000 square foot and the base charge being the difference between $7 a month and $3 a month, that's not going to have a huge impact. Okay, so yes, there are some base charge differences, but the per charge per square foot is uniform for all properties. Okay, and that's, by going to this, you don't have to worry about what ERU is. You don't have to go back and look at that number as the community evolves. You don't have to, if you want to do a tiered approach, you have to decide where to break it and who to put in what tiers. That's complicated. So what we came up with looks complicated on the billing file, but once the measurements are made, and we've already made them all, it's pretty easy to manage at that point. The work is done for you.
Councilmember Kaplan.
Let me just get one question out of the way, and then I'll try to jumpstart some perspective. The question to get out of the way for me, you were talking about ad valorem and the experience throughout the state, and said something to the effect that municipalities, counties find it indefensible in many cases to justify raising this revenue through an ad valorem device.
No, that's not what I meant. I said if you use a fee, they don't like to use just a straight per parcel fee. For example, I had a community, Haines City, that was charging $6 per month per parcel. But that included the big orange packing facilities that had huge parking lots as well as homes. So it's only in that fee basis. If you want to go to ad valorem tax, it's a whole different situation, and it applies to the value of the home, not the existence of the parcel, but the value of the property itself.
Okay, so maybe that helps me get to where I found logic in this initially, and that is the driver of impermeable area being a root cause of the burdens on the system. And so the apportionment of cost to manage the system deriving from relative greater rather than lesser contributors is logical to me.
And that's why it's used so widely.
I mean, but you can see, and I had the same reaction, I think, at the initial reading of this, in part because it's just written in a very convoluted way. But I've not been able to conclude, as I sometimes do, that this is merely a solution in search of a problem, because of the logic that we just expressed, that you are shaking your head in agreement with, and because you've helped us understand that the present system is skewed to the point of being arbitrary. It's highly inaccurate.
That would be my conclusion. And keep in mind, when you talk about complicated, because each property has its own measurement, the rate itself is very simple. It's 0.1059 cents per square foot. So there's one rate now, and there's 3 different rates for the base charge: multifamily, single family, and commercial. So it's really a very simple rate structure. It just applies to unique characteristics for each property. And I know no fair way to do it. And that's why the city of Orlando does it that way. The other one I know of that does it that way is Altamont Springs. Mm-hmm. So you wouldn't be the only one that's measuring every property. Most communities wouldn't do it. And if you were growing a lot and had a bunch of green space and you were adding homes, it would be burdensome to do it this way. But, when we talked with staff and we all put our heads together, we said, well, we've already done the work. The administrative part is over with, pretty much. There's some minor management going forward, but it won't be difficult.
One thing for my colleagues that I wanted to share that I evolved to a more comfortable place. We had observed earlier on that even with the logic of impermeable area being the driver of cost apportionment, that not all impermeable area is created equal, and some features are actually more permeable than other features, and how do we divine the relative absorption or refutation of absorption? I've come to be more comfortable that the process, which is purely administrative, does allow for homeowners, without the need to hire an engineer, to point out the particular conditions that they feel might have been misunderstood in the initial rate setting. So I think that improved, and I feel better about that. The point that the Vice Mayor was raising about revenue generation for revenue bonding, I see merit in that, and I see merit if the government is going to be contributing toward this system, to do so in a rate setting way that's equivalent with everybody else, just pays into the system and feeds the ability to raise revenue bonding to a greater degree, I think.
So my clients that do utility bonds have in their resolutions no free service clauses, and they all charge the government facilities a water and wastewater rate. They don't say, well, we're in the water wastewater business. Well, just that benefits everybody, and that's why we recognize that the proper way is to just bill those, and it's really not a lot. There's not a whole lot of impervious area. We're talking, I think we had 5 parcels and very little square feet. So again, we can do that. It's not going to change that base charge materially. And again, when you go to bond, and we are seeing now, and it's a really good point about bonding, because the folks in Miami Beach have issued hundreds of millions of dollars of stormwater bonds. I just did one for the city of Tampa. They've issued now about 200 million in revenue bonds. So to fund these large-scale infrastructure projects, you're going to be doing debt issuances and not just pay-go.
All right, let me just get a sense here. Where are we on this? Because Ed's no right now.
I have one question for Frank, and then I can tell you where I am.
Okay, go ahead.
Frank, so I was saying that my concern was just sort of from like a philosophical policy perspective, this idea of not splitting among everyone in the government buildings. You're saying that you feel that as the government being a contributor and like a person paying their stormwater bill, you feel that that actually gives us some more credible reputation.
I don't think it feeds the defensibility.
No, for borrowing.
I do see that. It's additional revenue in the system that supports the borrowing.
I get that.
The other, I think if you were also, here's where I got to. It's cost benefit. I think we could tinker with this for a long time. It doesn't work equitably, I think, as is. I find this nightmarishly complex as well. I was quite hung up initially on the, what I call the adjustment procedure. I'm better with that now. This is improved for me. So I'm ready to support this because I feel like we could work on this for another 5 years.
I think that's my point. So you're okay. You're okay with it? I mean, I'm trying to get a sense of where we are. I know Ed's doesn't like it. He thinks it's a waste. Councilmember Segurola?
I'm a yes.
Okay.
One of the most important things he said, it is a convoluted system and everything, but it says it's not perfect, but it's reasonable. And to give you some degree of comfort, if you think this is hard, imagine when you were a public utility commissioner.
Right.
Which is setting the rates for hundreds of millions of dollars, as I unfortunately will.
So
it's not perfect, but obviously I'm a yes.
Well, your
And we need
point
to decide.
is about the base.
I think I'm okay.
Okay. All right.
And I do feel that this has been something that's been in the community and discussed.
I guess that's my point.
So
We've done this so long, like perfect is the enemy of good. And we need to be more equitable with this. And I think this moves us. I understand what Ed's saying, and I'm not going to admit I agree with him on certain things, but I might theoretically agree with him. But, let's just get going. I mean, this is important, but let's call the question. Or have I opened this for public comments? What?
Michael, let me speak for Michael.
Yes, still here.
Yeah, long doesn't make it right. The fact that it's taking so long, the fact you proved it on first reading, the fact that I assume most people have.
What would make you feel better about it, Ed? Ed, what would?
And what's more, can we modify it all?
Well, that's my point. If you've got a proposal that you feel will make it more equitable, then bring that.
Well, okay, fine. Then I'd like to amend it to basically include all government-owned buildings, swales, sidewalks, and streets in order to determine the base rate. Impermeable, rather, or all? I'm talking about, if I said impervious, I didn't mean to say that.
No, did you say all? All, like all grass, all everything?
All government streets, buildings, sidewalks, swales, parks, etc.
But why swales?
Wait, Ed, I have a question about the swales, Ed.
Yeah, why the swales if they're not impervious?
The swales are everybody uses them. First of all, for parking. Number two, they're going to probably be used for storm sources. So basically, they serve the whole community. Not the bird. We're looking at what serves the whole community.
Yeah, that's right.
And everybody has the right to use it. Everybody needs it. So therefore, it also should be considered government property, and that should be part of the.
But I guess I don't understand why you want pervious area to be included. Shouldn't it be just the impervious area?
No, because that's all part of the government. Why should that pervious area be allocated to that particular house or building?
Oh, you want it, but I think it's impervious.
They're not calculating anything
that isn't impervious.
Absorbs water.
It doesn't go to their calculation. It's impervious surfaces.
That's excluded from the calculation.
I know what list, but I'm saying.
Well, you're saying a swale would be included in my single-family home, but if it's pervious, it's not going to be included. And if it's impervious, I would assume because it's in the right-of-way, it's part of ours. It's part of the government, right? It's going to be charged. Is that correct?
Exactly.
So that's already done.
So Ed, you're saying anywhere that people have like put down all of that crushed stone and gravel and made it not just grass, you want that measured and attributed to the government's portion, not the house?
That is correct, and that's very simple to do because the street has a certain right-of-way, and then basically you have the paved area or the cartway, and the balance is the other area that we haven't counted. I'm saying to count that area.
But it's not just.
Mayor, eventually we do have to decide.
I know. I'm just
So
trying to
Ed,
get clarification.
I was with you and raised the same issue. I mean, I attribute it to you as well. But about including the government buildings in the base rate. And the discussion here has been that the better way to do it is to treat the government entity as like a resident, if you will, and that they pay for, out of ad valorem revenue, they pay their stormwater bill the same way Ed London pays on Woodcrest Road.
Okay, so basically, then you're having a mixed bag that's an ad valorem, and then you're having this convoluted system that Ralph has come up with. So I'm saying, make life simple. If you're going to use this system, have it one way, and the government doesn't pay anything. We're all going to pay. The government exists because of us. They're not really an entity.
All right, I'm going to call
Can we vote on that as an amendment?
Yeah, I was just about to say that's what I'm going to call the amendment. I'll second the amendment just so we can get it to a vote.
Just a clarification.
Yeah,
Ed's point is not limited to improvements within the swales. Ed's point is all the swales, and the theory that he, I think, has articulated is because they're commonly used by everyone for all kinds of purposes.
Yeah, I disagree with that. I disagree with that, but let's move forward. Let's call the amendment question, please.
Can we break the amendment into two? The amendment might be a different question if the permeable swales were a seperate question.
Yeah, okay, fine. Make two questions then, but let's get going. Is it?
So the First Amendment would.
Permeable swales shouldn't be included because they're not included in anybody's.
Yes, sir.
Can I point out that swale, that permeable swale, is the system that's solving the problem?
No,
not creating the burden.
Correct.
And the rate is tied to the burden, which is impervious surface.
I think he wants to include the impervious portions of the swale.
He wants to include the impervious portions of the swale.
That would make.
It's already included.
Yeah. All right.
But it's included in the homeowner. Ed wants it into the base rate.
That's correct.
You know, it's weird. A lot of that is illegal.
What's that?
All right, we'll deal with swales another day, but.
Okay.
So the first motion would be to include in the base rate, tell me if this is right, Ed, all government buildings, roads, sidewalks, and impermeable swales. Then if you would like it, and what?
And parks.
And parks,
impermeable portions of parks.
And I'm sorry, what was
The
that?
entire parks, it's used by everybody.
Yeah, but Ed,
where the water goes.
They're not assessing the grass in anyone's house or park.
Maybe the point is
I understand that, but the point being is that basically everybody has a right to use that. If everybody has a right to use that, then everybody should pay for it. That's all I'm saying.
He's saying it's a use.
No, but it's no different that if you have a home, you knock down the home and you have a vacant lot, they're not charged while it's a vacant lot. It's the same thing as the park. It's effectively
Well,
like
there'll be a base rate, of course, if they're vacant lot.
Let me ask, what would this change if
The
we
base
included
rate,
all
you
the
feel
parks?
right to use all
If
the
we included
government
all the
facilities.
parks, pervious, impervious, how is that going to change the base rate?
I think I just understood maybe. Ed, are you saying that the base rate that should apply to the parks should be
I'm saying
added to the base rate for everyone else?
That is common to the village. Anything that's common to the village should be the base rate.
It's actually not the base rate, it's the parcel rate. Because you're taking real property owned by the municipality and sticking that in the parcel calculation.
And
I'm taking.
I think I understand. Isn't the rationale here that you're already paying, everybody's already paying for the parks through their taxes?
Yes.
So they're all using it, they're all paying for it. Right. Why would you put parkland as a basis to charge stormwater?
Well, the answer is probably to reduce the per parcel charge otherwise. That's the reason.
All right. Okay, I'm okay with this amendment if it's impervious areas in the parks, government buildings, sidewalks, roads, and even impervious swales, while they still exist, illegal or not.
So I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
May I say, it's actually, what has been described is already in 15% impervious area. So what we did is actually, we counted every road, sidewalk, concrete space, walkways in the village green, the walkways in the beach park.
Okay, so there's no harm in including it,
We
right?
already included it.
It's include government buildings.
We're going to include it in what we're approving.
Yes.
We're going to include this, well, we're going to vote on whether we include this. It seems like a reasonable thing.
Ed, right now, we are not voting on your idea of the parkland grass. We're just adding government buildings because all of the other impervious spaces are already
No,
included.
we're going to include those as well. If he
Okay,
thinks
fine.
it's not there, then just put it in, it's fine.
To include,
Impervious surfaces, buildings, parks, sidewalks, swales, roadways.
Anything impervious in the government.
Correct.
Into the base rate as opposed to billing the government.
Right. Okay, do you understand that?
okay.
Okay. All right, anybody, I seconded the motion. All
All
those
those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Okay, so 2 nays. So it passes 5-2. All right, now we're up for the whole item, the whole enchilada. Call the question, please.
Mayor Davey.
Yes.
Councilmember Kaplan.
Yes.
Councilmember Laredo.
Yes.
Councilmember London.
No.
Councilmember McCormick.
Yes.
I'm sorry,
Yes.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Moss.
No.
Councilmember Segarola.
Yes.
The ordinance passed, is approved on second reading.
All right, next item. Are we doing
After
manager's
8
report?
o'clock,
I want to reflect on how long this has been getting kicked down the can.
No, I think
I mean,
it's
to
been
have
passed.
actually,
I agree. You want to do the rezos or you want to do the manager's report, Mr. Manager? Your call.
Let's keep going with the, well, we got
Rezos?
2 choices. I was going to move Rickenbacker Causeway to the front of the manager's memo.
Yes.
So if you want to do that now.
Yes.
Perfect. Let's do that now and then we can, great. And then we can, while we're still awake, and then we can do the rezos.
Okay, so we'll do that. Jeremy,
Great.
you got
We're going to do the Rickenbacker and then we'll move on.
It has to be Jeremy who presents it?
I mean,
Is there anybody
I
else
think you've
working
seen
on
it, so do you want to do
Here
it?
a lot tonight.
All right, you're going to do the short version, right? This is not the half-hour version, right?
I can do it in 20 minutes.
We added the third area.
seriously.
I mean, we have some folks that have not seen it before, so.
Okay, all right, do it.
I will be quick.
I think that's it.
Okay, I'm going to use the restroom.
We're kidding.
Do I have control? Okay. Here we go. So overall, talk about the purpose. So this was about setting what the village wants for this. This is not about taking control. This is about setting parameters and then working with the county. So this was our starting point, and we've got our assorted goals there, what we're trying to do. We started work on this back in January even. We had a public meeting discussing scope in February, and council approved the scope, and we proceeded from there. and then got us to where we are today. There was a huge chunk of this where we were working with community outreach, a lot of individual one-on-one with property owners, stakeholders, et cetera, with all of this group. So relatively recently, we met with Mayor Cava and Commissioner Regalado, which resulted in direction to their Department of Transportation and Public Works to work together collaboratively to develop a master plan. So what that will mean in terms of next steps is continued coordination, short-term issues, long-term issues, and frame this all around Bear Cut. So the scope and focus, we were really focused on traffic and conflict points, but of those, anything in Crandon Park, anything within the village particularly, it's really out of scope because we're focused on these two areas because they frame the Bear Cut Bridge, which is the piece of this that's going to be proceeding most quickly. So of that, we're looking at improving the overall system, designing holistically, but for purposes of presentation, I'm going to break this up piece by piece by piece. So I'm not going to talk about pedestrian or bike at all when we're talking just about traffic, but we'll cover it. So starting with improving traffic, and then I'm going to interject a piece here about some of the community concerns we heard last week at the public meeting. So we were concentrating on managing conflict points, but they're not all created equal in terms of impacting traffic. So the sorts of things on Hobie Island where you have the turnoff aren't as impactful. So we really started to focus a lot more on Virginia Key because this is the current reality. You have these cross intersections with a couple traffic lights, but it starts to get very, very interesting when we think about the number of special events that might be out here, and particularly the number of areas that you see the orange circles are places that are either getting major renovation, new construction, and of those, these are all potential special event locations. So the nature of Key Biscayne is really going to change to a venue in the near term. So in terms of capturing what we know our village residents want, we want to get through there quickly. But we have to accommodate those existing users. So the big idea is to create local traffic lanes on the northeast side, connect them via loops, so you serve everybody on the north and south ends of Virginia Key, and then sort of overlay those through lanes over that. And the big advantage with this is you can tie in to those local, the local lanes via the loops, and you only need to go up and over the road. You only need an expensive elevated piece in 2 locations. We'd be relying on the future raised bridge for an additional connection on the Bear Cut side. So what that looks like in a cross section is this. You've got through lanes on one side, and then you have the local traffic lanes on the north side, serving Marine Stadium, future marinas, et cetera. So what that looks like overall is, if you're looking towards Miami, towards the William Pell Bridge, how you tie into those 3 existing northbound lanes and two lanes is the through lanes would be down the center, and the outside lanes would be the local lanes sort of merging with that. So that in 3D view, you'd have that traffic circle with the overpass, that overpass serving the through traffic, and the local traffic passing underneath to getting to all the local services, as well as things that are really adjacent to this particular traffic circle. And then the local traffic moving back towards Miami there and providing additional access to the beach park. So that's the overall view. From the other side, we're also looking at how this interacts with Mast Academy. So very similar to how things operate now, with the addition of passing through this underpass. Same for folks coming from City of Miami. Already have a couple big advantages. You can now introduce a proper school zone speed limit, reduce speed without interfering with through traffic. It's much fewer conflicts for folks coming from bus drop-off, although it still retains some conflict points near the school. Another better idea is to have the traffic from Miami loop around, which means everybody's flowing towards the school in the same direction. You move those conflict points away from the school, and now you have much better circulation through and throughput through the school because you can take advantage of all the space there, moving everybody in the same direction. It's much safer. We did show this to a representative from the school system as well. So thinking about special events, and this is really, I cannot emphasize this enough, if we don't solve for special events, we don't have a solution. We will eventually have failures because of that. So sort of for short term or for smaller events, you have direct access, similar to how you do, but where this is real advantage is you can direct people to that second exit, have them loop, and you have stacking off the road separate from any conflict with local traffic. And you get access to the other venues that are out there too. And taking it one step further, you can direct people to the first exit, not allow them to turn in anywhere, and then loop all around, which gives as much as 2 miles of queuing. So that's the idea. We want to get improved traffic at, typical daily school drop-off issues, the big weekend events, although increasingly it won't just be weekend. And then I want to address some of the main concerns that we had at the public meeting, which were really about, why only one lane for the through lanes. And not that this would answer all the questions, but just some additional information. We are sizing these as 18 feet in each direction because with that idea that if there's an issue, you can always provide, there's enough space for a bypass and for emergency vehicles. If there is a blockage or you need to, in an emergency, double lane if there's some sort of issue. And the other is, we want to make sure we provide emergency access. That was also a concern with this, which can be provided by providing some crossover points at a couple different locations where it would be emergency vehicle only access. So I think starts to answer some of the questions, but I think, we certainly will be looking at the lane configuration. So we're also looking on the other side of the bridge to talk about Crandon Marina, and I think that was a question that came up this evening. So here we were really looking at trying to solve for the boat traffic, which on a day-to-day basis isn't an issue, but there is that conflict point where they're crossing through traffic. Where it becomes interesting is on the weekends where they end up on the grass, on the swales, et cetera. So I think if we end up with a raised bridge there, the idea would be we can hopefully take advantage of that, bring the traffic underneath as well, and then they can do a lot more of their queuing within the park or within the marina grounds on existing asphalt. This isn't really requiring much new work for them, and get us off the roads. So another one is something that's been a good idea, an old idea, is to make sure we have signage directing. I think it takes on more urgency once we have this active multiple venue spot out on Virginia Key, where we can give instructions there as well. But it's useful for a bunch of folks. So the next piece, separating bicycle traffic. We do show a physical barrier between the cars and the cyclists. And additionally, we even separated slightly via a planted portion, cyclists and pedestrians based on feedback. So currently, the situation is not great. It's an attractive area to cycle, but you still experience all the conflict points that all the cars experience. And with results where we've had a lot of accidents and deaths there. So with a new facility, we really want to capture this majority group that really only feel comfortable where you have a completely separate path. But we also know that this is a regional attractive area for fitness cycling. So we should and can accommodate them as well with the design. So the big idea is we push traffic on the east side on Key Biscayne and southwest side on Virginia Key and leading towards the mainland. So that's justified on Virginia Key because, well, it's underwater on the west side. And we have existing facilities which, instead of starting from scratch, we can improve. These are totally inadequate in terms of fitness cycling or going more than 5-10 miles per hour on a bike. But there's portions of them that are great, and it's a matter of building off of something instead of starting from scratch, even with the Fossil Creek Trail, which has a bunch of sharp turns. And it's quite narrow too. So we'll need some crossover point gesture under the bridge to get to the southwest side, where we're looking for the trail that we showed before. And that's more or less the lineup there. And again, we still want to make sure we have pedestrian bike access on the north side, so there'll be a network of sidewalks, wide sidewalks that can accommodate cyclists too on that side. And that's the shared use path that we're showing here. So one of the issues now is there's 7 conflict points or 7 driveways. By talking to some of the stakeholders on that side, we actually think we might be able to get it down to 3 and have those be lower speed. So this also functions where this ties into the existing network on William Powell Bridge. So it's not like this is only functioning if we also tear down and rebuild William Powell. This can be phased work. So that gets us, folks, we are including a pedestrian bridge serving Mast and serving, for instance, folks going to the North Point mountain bike trails, which is a really common route, and serving what is essentially the overflow parking for a lot of Mast students on the beach side. And this will also work for the multiple venues too. So what this looks like, again, aerial view looking back towards Miami from Bear Cut. The outside lane drops to become local traffic. You pick up the lane coming off of the local lanes to get back to the 2 and 2 that we have on Bear Cut Bridge. So this is the view over the island looking, so you're sort of hovering over part of Mast looking back towards the village in this view. And you can see the through lanes there. In this case, you've got the off-ramp, so to speak, getting folks to Seaquarium and UM and the other venues. And this is the local service passing under that underpass. In this case, it's not a roundabout in the underpass. It's just a one-way flow through there. And then the bike lane, separated bike and pedestrian facility on that side, on the beach side. So thinking about connections briefly, this is what we're looking at for Crandon. This is coming out of the vision plan as well. A study to potentially get a separated path on Crandon. We tie into a bunch of additional paths in Crandon Park. Virginia Key's a little trickier because a lot of the recreational stuff's actually on the north side. So we want to make sure we still have good car-free access for those locations. And we did talk to the Virginia Key Beach Park Trust, and they're very interested in getting an additional access point for Arthur Lamb separately as well. So we do create some additional space as well with this for car-free because we can free up some driveway spaces that are in the parks. We also can just sort of consolidate because there are a lot of existing lanes out there now. And then we get to connections back to the mainland where this is going to become a very, very important intersection between Baywalk, Underline, Commodore Trail, and the Rickenbacker Trail, where we've got current conditions are not great, calling it road spaghetti. And so that's more about leveraging some of the existing facilities out here, working with Commodore Trail, which I've been doing separately as a constituent, and making some improvements out there. And let me fly through this last piece because this is more for the Commodore Trail group. And that's really it. So I just want to get to next steps, which are continuing to develop the master plan. We've already been making comments to an ongoing project that's an FDOT project about the intersection here where they're making minor improvements to crossings, to some signage and striping. But we have been able to interact with them based on some of this work we've already done. And finally, resiliency issues. this is a big one. It's an existential issue. We need to make sure we get a roadway that is above the water table, so that you can prevent the road from getting eroded from below.
You got your alligator.
Alligator
There
cracking.
you go.
Got to get that in. We also know that we're going to have a lot more rainfall, but again, this is a terrible year to be making this claim. But generally speaking, we know that we're going to have more extreme rainfall events. So how we manage that water is important. How it's handled now is it drains to these existing wetlands that are, they have mangroves, they have wading birds, and it's a very extensive area, but it tends to just fill up with water, stagnate, and not really drain. So these could be utilized to actually designed to drain water. You can even do it where it drains within a certain amount of time so you don't get mosquitoes. And then also ties into water quality, because the way it functions now, draining off in both directions, you tend to get a lot of runoff directly into the water on the beach side in particular, which means we get swim advisories pretty frequently at Bear Cut. Probably not wholly responsible for this, but definitely a contributor. So the big idea is let's push all of that water off the roadway to the wetlands. Wetlands are incredibly efficient, effective filters, and then we can actually improve that. And this is a standard, this is an engineering practice. We're not reinventing a wheel here. And then also that shade is a very, very important part of this. If we're going to be building paths that we expect people to use, they really should be, we need to give ourselves just enough green space on both sides to get them fully shaded. And finally, the big one, I think, making sure we've got a road that can recover from hurricanes very, very quickly. So one thing we saw that was best practice was something they did in Fort Lauderdale to prevent roads from getting undermined, was they have what was originally built as a turtle wall to prevent sea turtles from coming into the road. And when they rebuilt it after Hurricane Irma, they actually included a deep sheet pile that protects it from getting undermined. So that's something we've included there. And of course, it's the multiple function of providing the crash barrier too. So that's it, except for thinking about next steps. We're pushing to, make sure we're contributing in the Bear Cut Bridge studies that are ongoing. We're going to intend to co-develop a master plan with county staff. And then there's a number of still ongoing short-term things like we were talking about with speed limits, with additional access points. So that's all.
No, I appreciate it. I think we've all now seen the presentation. I think it's great. I know Councilmember De La Cruz had the point about the 2 lanes versus 1, and I think there's a number of us who agree with him, but we have to we're working through the process. This is a concept. To the point about financing and everything else, I think those are steps that we're going to have to get to, but we're going to have to get there when we've sat with the other stakeholders, with the county and everybody else, and figured out how's this going to be run, what's going to happen. That's the next. I see that as the next step for this council, whatever form it is, come November 8th. So that's what you're going to be designated with, Vice Mayor and then Councilmember Segurola.
Yeah, I want to thank you guys for your hard work on this, and this is not an easy thing to take on. Just with the amount of different people and groups and municipalities and everybody that's surrounded by this is very complex, and I see it moving forward, and I see you guys doing a great job. And it's not all of our master plan. This is a master plan for everybody, and I see that you guys are already getting the input from all sides, and it sounds like people are getting happy. There's buzz coming around this, and when I look at your presentation, you are addressing the things that were the most important stuff that we didn't see in this previous plan that was coming from the county. And, you're addressing the bridge issue and strengthening that. You're addressing the traffic and then the safety with the bicyclists. And, but I do have some comments and some concerns. And, I know I spoke to you already a few times. And, the 1 through lane is something that we do need to look at. What I do fear more than anything is a bottleneck. And I know that you have certain things that you want to present in a way to show that maybe there is not a bottleneck in the way it's designed. Maybe there might have to be something in between. Maybe we have to have, for sure, 2 lanes going through. But when I think of the scenario that, you know, on Sunday and there's an event coming out of Virginia Key and they're dumping into the side lanes, and then all the beaches, the parks are letting out at the same time, and they're coming off Bearcut, and everybody's trying to get, they don't want to go into the lanes that are already backed up, so they're all trying to get to the through lane, and it's just backing up like crazy, right? Yeah. So we have to think that in certain instances, there's going to be times when this thing is going to clog and it's going to back up. So we just have to keep that in mind and make the correct decision, because we don't want everybody to go through this process and say, oh, you know, we should have done this differently. I also think I'm in the mindset, though, that we should ask for what we really feel would be necessary for us, because this is kind of that aspirational first step. This is not, we're engineering every little detail at this moment, and really go through this. And when those traffic studies and all these things that need to happen as this process goes, I don't know if that needs to be right now. This process has to be going through this in this, you know, this flow that we're going through. I think those are going to start determining whether this really works or not. And we have to think a little bit more than just, you know, theoretical, but the practical side. A couple other things, the overpasses. You know, I do worry a little bit, and I like these renders that you're showing. We do have 2 overpasses. I think in the rendering, the Bearcut is not showing a large bridge yet, so I'm guessing the approach is going to be pushed out a little bit more. I just want to make sure we're not coming off a bridge, going back up, going down, going back up, going down, going back up. You know, so there's a little movement there that we do have to just kind of keep an idea on.
We had to move quickly with the renderings.
That's fine. But just to keep that in mind, the pedestrian bridge that you're showing there, I brought up the idea that we should talk to the schools, because it could be beneficial to connect that right to the second floor. I know there might be issues, the second floor of Mast. There might be some issues from control point, but if you really want those kids to use that very easily, it would be much more comfortable just to walk right off on that second floor and go down to the cars and not have to go up, down, up. So the boats that you're talking about, where they drop off all the boats, for me, that's the lowest concern, the bottom of the everything. And I still think that it's really important that when people get off Bearcut on bicycles, that there could be an opportunity to maintain a good speed and be able to do a U-turn and come back on the other side of Bearcut. And if the boats would not allow that, I would rather see that not really address the boats and address more the cyclists, so that they can easily not have to go through Crandon Park if they don't feel it's safe or whatever, and they can wrap around without having to cross and get in any of the ways and completely be separate. And then the bicycle lanes, I think that it's really important that we maintain those large, so they're extremely functional and they're at good quality, so that they can actually get the street cleaners on there and clean those, so that the bicyclists are not complaining that they have a bike lane and now, and I think that should determine that they should not be on the road, because they have a very well-kept, dedicated bicycle lane that all the bicycles can use. You don't need to be on the road. We need to keep these separated. So, you know, I think that's the other thing that we just have to keep in mind, and I think you're addressing all of that. But my biggest concern is that through lane. One makes me very nervous. I think that we need to be looking at 2.
That's been a
They've heard that a few times.
Consistent question.
Councilmember Segurola?
I recognize and I greatly appreciate the work that obviously has been put into this. But unfortunately, I see more downsides than upsides with this. And I know we haven't had an opportunity to speak, but I'll explain. Basically, echoing some of the comments that were made during public comments, first, there is no traffic study. The last traffic study that I'm aware of that was done here was in 2018 for Ultra, and that only encompassed Virginia Key. It did not include all of this length. So we don't have a current idea of the actual volume of cars and usage of this space, scientifically speaking, number one. Number two, I see you spoke to the county, but I don't see any mention of speaking to the city of Miami.
Spoke to Mayor Suarez, spoke to
Right.
commissioners.
In terms of what their plans are for the Marine Stadium. For example, by all accounts, I believe the city of Miami is going to install a boat ramp at the Marine Stadium. In any of these renderings, there's no allowance for people with boats to make a left turn into the Marine Stadium.
Yes, there is.
Well, no.
Let me know if you want me to go
No,
point by point, or you want to go through
let me
all.
just go
Okay.
through them and then you can
Just losing
respond.
track.
According to this, people would have to come through, then get off, and then go around and go under. Now, the other problem that I see is by doing all these ins and outs and merges, we're going to be, with this proposal, recreating a situation like the one that 2 bicyclists got killed recently on, because we're going to have necessarily cars going over bicycle lanes and vice versa, because you have all these ins and outs and all these merges. It is not possible to have bike lanes and these auto lanes not crossing each other with all these turns that are in here. Next problem that I see is what we're basically doing is creating an express lane to Key Biscayne for our convenience, which is very nice. But unless Key Biscayne is going to foot the bill for this, I don't see any other way of paying for this, unless there's something else going on that I don't know about. So the financing of this, I see it as impossible. Given the traffic in Miami and the way people drive here, you're going to be creating multiple bottlenecks with all these off-ramps and on-ramps and yields. I foresee multiple car accidents on a very regular basis because people just not sure over who has the right of way and who doesn't. And finally speaking, the question is of who is going to have authority over all of this. That is going to be a very big problem because you have the county, you got the city, and you have us, and then you probably have federal agencies involved too, and the state. So it's nice. I see a nice drawing, but I don't see this as anything really that's feasible. I think it needs a lot more cooking before we present this to anyone. And frankly speaking, the idea of express lanes for our benefit, I just don't see that as something that's going to fly. Great idea for us, bad idea for everybody else. Just my 2 cents.
Okay.
So let me.
Before you go, let me.
Wait,
okay.
hold on.
Let me address a couple questions here.
Go ahead.
Council member, I appreciate finally getting your comments, and so I'm glad we can have this conversation. First, back in March, this council asked us to go forward to portray our interests, and so that's exactly what we did, with the intent, obviously, to capture those to demonstrate what is most important to the village of Key Biscayne, and secondly, to enable us to facilitate collaboration with potential partners. That's almost word for word what came out of from what I recall to be the motion from the council. And what we've done here is we've done something that no one has ever done before, which is actually talk to stakeholders. We've been out and talked to every single stakeholder, trying to take their input while at the same time attempting to demonstrate what is important to us. But I want to make sure everyone's clear on it. This is still a concept.
Right.
This is still a concept. This is still what this was our opportunity to get with key stakeholders, 3 of whom is Mayor Cava, Commissioner Regalado, and Mayor Suarez, all of whom are behind this, and all of whom have said, let's go forward with the joint master plan. So I think we're where we need to be right now. Do we need to go forward? Sure. Do we need a traffic study? Certainly. Do we need to reevaluate this? Of course. Again, Jeremy's a planner. We've got engineers with us. They've had an opportunity to do some of the engineering, but this road actually has to be engineered. So everything that you're bringing up is exactly right. Once we get that down, then we begin to look at what are the funding opportunities, what are the governance opportunities, and maybe those aren't necessarily sequential. They're probably simultaneous. But the key that we've done here is based on what the council gave us direction to do back in March was come back with what is of best interest of Key Biscayne and begin the collaboration with key stakeholders. I think we've done that. I think we're in a good positions, but I want to make sure, Jeremy, you can answer some of this question specifically.
I understand. Just one more thing I want to add. If I had to sum up, I guess, my critiques is that this proposal for me violates every single element of the KISS principle. Instead of simplifying things, it has complicated the hell out of it with all these different veers.
I think
I don't think I could disagree more.
One of the things
I
that
think their attempt has been to make, to their point, I think they're trying to make it simple. They're trying. I mean, I don't know how you see that. Well, go ahead and answer the questions. This is I admire this work.
I think we can do a couple different things. I can try and go through the.
May I, before, because I think it's important that we have quality time among us. Because we've read this and you've been very generous with your time, and I commend you. We spend time with you, and I share with you some of my concerns. But I'm glad that you gave it the overview. My first comment is going to be, you come in here, call and present something, and people out there don't understand how it fits in the big picture. And the big picture that started this evening is we fought our way. Listen to me. We fought, before you got here, we fought our way into the table, okay? We got a seat in the table. Doesn't mean that they're going to do what we have to, but believe me, we were outside of the table. And parenthetically, Mr. Manager, it's wonderful that you're meeting with the mayor of Miami. They have a different kind of government, as you know well, and the city commission has a lot more power than the mayor. And as you know, the latest crisis we had with homeless came from the council, and further, that the same mayor you're talking about.
From the commission, let's be clear. I don't want you.
The council, commission, the City of Miami Commission. Right. And the same mayor we're talking about that as a guy who promoted Ultra. So, when we had our first crisis, and he actually was one of the biggest promoters of Ultra and went to the opening with the thing. So so we have reality checks here, okay? So you need to broaden your contacts with the City of Miami, because there are 5 councilmen there and a chairman. That is a completely different system. But let me just finish.
The local commission.
I'm just sharing with you, well, maybe, but you said the Mayor Suarez, and I have nothing personally against Mayor Suarez, and I know his father since the beginning, but the point of the matter is that's a reality.
No, I'm just reiterating it. I mean, I think Jeremy captured it very well. I think he listed everybody we there, but I just wanted to highlight,
Yeah, but here's where I'm going to, because I think De La Cruz said it well before at the beginning. We have a seat at the table, and we really fought blood, sweat, and tears for it. And what we have doing now, folks out there, is we need to be serious about being in that table. Heretofore, historically, we've been complainers. They spoil people from Key Biscayne. All they care is about us. And we turned that argument around and said, this is not about Key Biscayne. It's about, the people in Hialeah and Miami Lakes and all those places that come here to share our island, City of Miami and the state park and the county park. So we're part of the cost of being prepared and taken seriously is to have something concrete. I agree with some of the points that you make, Segurola, in terms of it's a little complicated, and I have a lot of issues with it. But at least it's a product that, in a way, reflects, first of all, that we put our money where our mouth is because we paid for it, and now we can discuss it, a little bit more. So I consider it part of an overall strategy that is working well so far. We've come a long way in 4 years. One thing that I have to tell you for the 10th time, and I share it with everybody, I hope and pray, and we've had this discussion, that a lot of these meeting points or dangerous points and a lot of the drive behind this is driven by bicycling. This is the least to do with bicycling. The vast majority of the citizens of this and taxpayers of this community and of the county are not the 1,000 or 100 or 150 bicyclists who, as a sport, not as a transportation for climate change and everything, have, you mentioned, they're not happy. Well, but excuse me, it is, and by the way, their conduct, because you've been here a year, you say, has been horrendous in terms of their attitude, and you know that. And by the way, it's changed, and I always thank the county, Miami-Dade County, and the Miami City for all they're doing in enforcement lately on getting that around. So, but, we have to have our own reality check because we get enamored by the fact that we have a seat on the table. It's going to be tough. I am 100% in agreement with the single lane shortcoming. I mean, it just doesn't, again, we're accommodating to whom? It doesn't make sense. We want to be so politically correct at the county and everything else that it's driving a little bit too much on the bicycling point of it. Your points of conflicts are defined by this bicyclist.
No. The points of conflict are
let
traffic.
me just, you have a different view than I do on bicycling, but it is a sport. The one that I see, it's not Amsterdam. There's not anybody, perhaps you're the only one who comes into work here. Maybe 10. What do you want, 100? 100 of you come to work here? Come on. Do you know anybody who works in Brickell who goes on bicycle? Maybe 10, 20, 30, which is fine.
No,
I love basketball.
All the
okay,
construction
the point
workers
is,
get there on bikes.
this whole thing is driven, including, as you know, a private sector, profit-driven. They almost threw us under the bus because they were protecting bicycling. At the end of the day, what they wanted is have control of an infrastructure that is very profitable when you control the tolls. Hey, I want to be part of that business. So reality check from a public service point of view is, we have to respond to our constituency and to all these other people. Now, and the last thing, and I say all of this because I want people out there who are frustrated because they find this complicated. They also hear all these things about Rickenbacker, and they don't know what's left and right. That this is just the beginning of taking us to that serious place in the table. But on the other hand, they have a short demand for some actions. They don't have to. We don't have to do everything at once. Simple things like the signs that you talked about. We had to move on that, but like every time we have a meeting, the stuff on that are doable now, the police enforcement to continue that so that we get a little bit better conduct. And the issue now on the speeding, which we can talk about anytime, just to make it whatever you want. If you want to make it 35, you want to make it 40. Not 40. No, I know. I'm saying whatever it is, what is not sustainable.
I don't want this dais to be...
No. I take that back. I didn't say 35. What is not sustainable, the people getting ticketed when they're really trying to obey the law. And that should be a decision that doesn't take, please, another study.
No. I think that's,
I mean, we had to put that on the priority so you can go to our taxpayers to say, we're getting there, and by the way, we got this, and by the way, we got that. The signages are very easy and very helpful because, the time for action is now in terms of doing something doable while we do this study. And I commend you for reaching out, but it has some deficiency. It's not a criticism of you or the consultant.
No,
it means
this is it's a process, exactly. That's
and
the point.
it's not like I getting up there and saying my opinion. Right. There, we got a professional. By the way, we paid for it, so we.
But I want to have the manager, if you would address. We've been having conversations about the speed limit because it's incredibly frustrating. I agree with you. It's a high. It's essentially it's a highway, and we're down to 35 miles an hour, and it makes no sense where it is. I understand why they did it when they did it, but if you could speak to the going forward, what
timetable you have?
So there's three things that we're looking at right now, Mr. Mayor. One is, and I think Jeremy could probably say better than I, but in one direction we have 5 changes of speed limit, on the other direction we have 4.
Right.
Which is totally inconsistent and it makes it very complex for people to drive this road.
Dangerous.
So we're looking for a consistent speed limit throughout. Our request is 45. We have both Miami-Dade Police Department working that, as well as the Public Works Department. We're in conversation with them right now.
And when do we think we can get a response from them on that? I mean,
I wanted to wait till this meeting first.
Okay.
And then if that's the will.
Well, is anybody
council,
against raising the speed limit to at least 40, if not 45 miles an hour? Is there anybody up on this dais that doesn't want it pushed? Right.
And to make it consistent.
I think it's consistent.
Yeah, and consistency is critical, but raising it, I mean, beyond 35 is silly. So.
And then the third part is, and I think Jeremy showed it in the meeting, in the presentation, is beginning to reduce some of the intersection conflicts on the beach side of the road, coming in towards the key. first one being right along that curve, right off you come off of William Powell, taking that one out,
Great.
pushing
No.
it down a little bit further to the east.
I agree.
And then continuing to look at those intersections to reduce those conflicts.
But let's expedite, if we can expedite the uniform speed, I think is something we all want to see brought either to 40 or 45, preferably 45. And yeah, if they can get the short term.
Can you give us a, you know, it took me 2.5 years to get an answer about the going from blinking yellow to blinking red, and the answer came back no, but it took 1.5 years. People don't have the patience.
Yeah. Well, it's.
Can we get an answer quickly, or if it's no, it's no.
That's what I'm asking is let's see how we can move that
What
along.
could be the barrier?
We'll talk about that tomorrow.
Well, ultimately, and I think, look, I mean, obviously, we can request. It was Mayor Cava's decision when it went, and so I think right now the staff is trying to figure out how to best approach around that. So we continue to push it. I wanted to have that discussion tonight, and we'll now.
Now that I have counsel, I'll also reach
we'll
out
begin
and have a
pushing
conversation.
Yeah, and harder.
Just one thought about closing some of those conflict points on the beach side. I would imagine that you're not talking about trying to do anything really permanent, like, because of the reason I say it is, and this is where I think we benefit a lot of times, like some of the stuff Frank was saying tonight, of some institutional memory. When we had a shutdown on the causeway, Chief Press worked with the county police to develop a plan for alternate routes going through like the beach parking lots if there were shutdowns at various parts of the causeway. So while it makes perfect sense to close that and move it down for safety, something that is movable, you know, like a swinging boom or whatever, so that we still have access for those emergency situations.
We'll pass that on. I think sort of budgets are in our favor there, because the sort of things we're talking about are really like concrete barriers, not moving asphalt around yet. So that's because we've been in sort of two tracks. There's sort of a team on short-term projects.
But even still, concrete barriers are not something you move when there's a car accident, but like those kind of gates that they lock that like you could drive a fire truck through if you have a problem, or you're supposed to get out and open it with a key, but.
Yeah.
One of the things that I like what Moss said earlier, I want to repeat, we have to make this our best for us, selfishly. I just said we need to, most people need to know, because.
Don't negotiate against yourself.
Yes, and also we have to also be honest to give credit to everybody that we don't own the damn thing, excuse me, and we don't pay for it. So our arrogance, our aggressiveness has to be tempered. Once, you know, having this report is a good sign that we're professionals and not complainers. But on the other hand, it seems that it has a lot of input already from other venues, and it's like you're negotiating before you get it. I'd rather take it and say, well, that's ridiculous, you know, Councilman Laurelo, what you guys, and well, okay, maybe it's ridiculous, but boy, that's what we want. Now the politics is the art of the possible. Now we can talk. So it's a little bit of, it's a good report. It's very fair. It's so fair that it's unfair to us.
Councilmember London?
Jeremy, how does our plan differ from the Plan Z?
So Plan Z kept all of the traffic exactly as it is now. And, you know, speaking to the unsolicited bid documents that were submitted, right? They kept the same conflict points, the same traffic layout. It had 10 bike and pedestrian bridges on Virginia Key, but nothing that would keep, other than removing bike and ped conflicts from cars, it didn't improve or change any of the conflict points to the special event venues out there. So that's a significant difference, I would suggest. It also, I mean, look, I think I can probably stop there, because that's the most significant element.
I think just to add to what you're saying is that one of the other big things the Z plan had was a separate bike lane going over William Powell. And instead, I think this plan does not separate. It's on William Powell next to the road, correct?
Well, yeah, this.
With a divider.
Yeah, and
It's a
to be
little
honest,
different.
I didn't focus too much on that arrangement over there because this can tie into the existing, or if there's some future separate lane on the southwest side that's better, then it can obviously function with that as well.
But the other thing that, and Ed, not to cut you off or anything, but you go a lot farther than what the Z plan was doing. You're going all the way into Village of Key Biscayne. You're going all the way to Vizcaya. You're trying to find a real holistic connection all the way through. And I think that and even some turnarounds and different ways to bring people back around. So I think that also differed big time on the bike side.
Yeah, I think I would add that the big difference I saw when I sat with Jeremy was that so much of what was put out in the community to look at about Plan Z was not actually included in their unsolicited bid. A lot of it was aspirational, and especially in terms of the connections with things on the mainland for recreation, like connecting to the different trails. Whereas I think this plan includes it, and actually includes it, in my opinion, in a way that's executable.
A question for the manager to make sure, because we crossed this bridge when we had a strategy on other conflicts with the county, but differences of opinion. You mentioned meetings with potential partners, and you also mentioned, of course, the meetings and stuff with stakeholders. I trust that, but they're synonymous from your view, or is potential partners includes private sector developers?
Well, stakeholders or anyone who might have any interest on that. And I think Jeremy listed those up front.
I can return to the list.
Would be.
Well, it's very concrete.
You're asking about if they're private investors who were discussed with.
Yeah, including Plan Z, because they have no authority to do it.
No, we're talking to the county and
we're talking to people who have an interest.
But when you tell me potential partners, it's not the same thing as
no. That's the city of Miami, the county,
intergovernmental.
And the stakeholders are all those
the school districts.
So they're synonymous for the purpose of this discussion.
No, because we talked to.
Okay, let me put it to you in plain English.
Let me. I think I can answer the question. So stakeholders, what we mean is like Rasmus School. We talked to the campus director there.
Yes. Yep.
We talked to the Seaquarium management staff there. We didn't get a chance to talk to NOAA, but there are a lot of the same issues as Historic Virginia Key Beach Park. So, and City of Miami staff that manage all of the capital projects and future work that's happening out there. So we met with them at the staff level as well to make sure that this was accommodating, or to capture their comments. So,
Jeremy, but I want to remind you of something simple. Forgive me for being so active on this, but I have a passion for this thing. If we get this wrong, we get the whole
I agree
thing.
with you. No, look, everybody needs to let it all out.
The person or the group that we were able to overcome with the Plan Z, which would have been disastrous for all of us, petitioned us to do a public hearing for them to present something. And this council was very clear, I thought, and maybe I didn't, that we would not do that, and we would not, that is you as our representatives, negotiate, talk, or anything like that with them, because they are God bless them, they're a private sector entity. So I don't want to lose in the English translation that potential partners has anything to do with either Plan C people or anybody similar. It is, I know the difference between the stakeholders, the ones you listed are wonderful, and if by potential partners you talk about jurisdictional people, in other words, the people who own the land, City of Miami and Miami-Dade County, let's be clear, but let's don't use those two terms interchangeably because it's confusing me and a lot of people. Because the charge from this council is we're not ready, it could be that we could down the road, ready to start talking to developers.
No, I don't think there's been no discussion with any developers about. No, I agree with you. No,
I just want to make sure.
No. This is all pure concept, so that we can go out and get the stakeholders that you're defining to all try and work together to come to a concept. Then we go to who's going to govern it, how's it going to get paid for, all of those things. That's down the line. So.
My only other concern, not concern, but reflection is we need to move this fast because I continue to pound on the fact that we have all these federal funds available and pretty soon they're going to be spent.
Well, but I think that's why we need to get, I mean, the next step is how do, we need to go push the county to really start developing this master plan along with the other stakeholders along the way.
Yeah, which is what we're doing. We're meeting with them like every 2 weeks, I think it is, every 3 weeks.
Yeah, we're every 2 weeks.
But
and
also, one thing that I'm not sure whether Jeremy mentioned it, but it's important to say again is as the county does the plan to replace Bear Cut Bridge, we got extremely involved on where the limits, and this becomes important when you do a PD&E study, a planning, development, environmental study, on where the limits of that study are, because that's where you can actually potentially make an impact on it. So we've got them to agree to moving it all the way back to Arthur Lamb Road and then to the curve right beyond the intersection or the driveway into the marina, which then allows that bridge to potentially be higher and also extend out further, allowing us to do something like this. So in other words, it provides more flexibility on what the master plan might be. So that sounds simple, but that was a big success.
This was a big success.
No, I agree.
this-
You guys
this
did, that was a
paid
big
some
part.
dividends.
That was a big
So
hit.
what's the next step? I just want to know,
I
like,
think they need to get, we need to know where we are in going forward. The master plan is, I believe, next, right? I think we need to start moving on a master plan.
well, I can see that from this council, it sounds like we really want to see the 2 lanes for the throughway.
I think
In the
that, yeah,
plan.
I think you've heard that from a few different people.
But I just want to make sure if we all agree with that, they should know.
No, I think we can just direct. I mean, I think we'd like to see something with the 2 lanes going off in both directions. See how you can do something pretty.
I mean, that's the biggest thing I see in this.
No, I
and
agree
after
with you.
that, I really am confident that you guys know what you're doing. I mean, looking at this, I've reviewed it very closely, and it can work. I mean, I drive this thing 2 to 4 times a day, and I keep envisioning what you guys are doing, and it can definitely work. And I think you know the process.
May I add one thing, Mr. Mayor? So I heard before, and I completely, totally agree that we need to do a traffic study.
Well, I was about to say that.
So, are we jumping to the conclusion that 2 lanes is a solution versus let's create a complete roadway that meets the traffic numbers?
Well, you're right. Which it's chicken? Is it chicken and egg? Is it let's do the traffic study, then come back with the 2 lanes, or do the,
Let's do the 2 lanes, and then if a traffic study comes back or there's an issue about it, then we deal with that.
Jeremy, at one point you were saying we could do the option of looking at 2 lanes as opposed to 1 lane with the extended size.
So we do get into some design challenges with expanding the lanes because we do eventually need to land on bridges on both sides.
Right.
And so we might, and our engineer, Michelle Rossi from BCC Engineering is here. And we've been discussing this a little bit. And what we might end up doing is just moving a choke point to a less functional spot. So I will say we will work on it. We have been conducting engineering drawings as we've proceeded. So the sort of description I say is the engineering team has got us to the point where I could confidently show this as realistic and doable. Because they have been looking at turning radius, because they have been looking at can a boat trailer get around this turn comfortably and that sort of thing. Like they've been doing that work. The plan is still coming together because we were pushing on the renderings to move forward. But those are questions that aren't, I can't arbitrarily say, yes, we will definitely have 2 lanes in each direction. But I will say I have heard everyone and we will work towards
that's
that.
what we're asking.
Well, I think from a policy standpoint, like we said, we would rather ask for a little bit more and go down from there instead of ask for less and then why? Maybe they were like willing to give you 2 and then it's like, well, why did you ask for 1? So I think it's in our interest to have 2 there if we can get that and find those ways to make it happen.
I agree, and I think that to Councilmember Laredo's point, we've been so gracious at trying to look at this from everyone's perspective that maybe we could look a little more from the lens of our own wants. But I think we need to address or acknowledge the fact that the amazing job you've done at looking at so many different needs of different interests is part of why we're at the table. Right. And that doesn't mean that we don't push a little bit more for ourselves and then settle somewhere nice. But I think it's commendable that we're at the table, and I do think it's in large part because you have been looking out for the interests of so many different people and not just run in there like we're Key Biscayne and this is what we want it now. But to the point of Councilmember Laredo Moss, we can ask for a little bit more.
No, and look, I think there's a definite shared interest. Like if special event traffic management doesn't work for the city of Miami, their venues don't work. So I do think we are literally pulling in the same direction on that, and that's why at all levels that we've spoken to so far, it's been pretty broad support. And I think they are not negatively impacted if we show another lane. So
let's see what we can do.
The issue with traffic.
All right. Well, thank you very much for this. So, you know, I can't say enough about how much work you guys have put into this, and this is glad you guys are here to move this along.
You don't think emotion?
No, I think they have direction. Let's make, you know.
You know what to do?
Crystal clear.
When do we see it again? When's the next time we see it?
Next meeting? October 11th?
You're bringing it back in October?
Yeah, if you would, if you got some, well, I mean, yes, I would, hopefully you'll have some more updates to give us an update on the project and where you're moving
Some
forward.
more public input as it continues to evolve?
And we'll have more input from the county too.
That's my point. You'll be
by then.
taking steps toward the master plan. There'll be maybe some
We'll
things.
come back with a report. And with
That's
that
what I'm saying.
consist, we'll let you
Yes.
know.
The biggest thing
An
you can
update.
do for your goals is to get something done short term.
Right.
If it's the speed limit,
100%.
Speed limit's
people start saying, "Oh, something's moving."
Yeah, no, I'm not saying come back about the speed limit in October. I'm
Well, I
talking
wanna
about this.
make
This, I mean, the speed limit, I'd like us to be moving on this week, have those
Yeah, we'll
conversations.
start talking
See
this
what-
week. I wanted to wait till we had a chance to speak with the full
Okay.
council, and then the mayor and I will take care of that.
Yeah, and the other piece that we'll have in October is the plan view developed, like a proper, measured drawing
Awesome.
that we can answer more technical questions with as well.
Perfect. Thank you, Jeremy.
Thank you.
How many more things do we have with you up here?
Technically one.
He's
So
got
you're
one
not
more,
done.
but we're going to shift back to the resolution.
Okay, we're going to resos now.
The next item is a resolution of the Village Council of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, approving an interlocal master agreement with Miami-Dade County for the coordination of the village's Resilient Infrastructure Program Strategy and Integrated Implementation Plan Project and the county's water and sewer utility work through individual joint participation agreements, providing for authorization and providing for an effective date.
Moved.
Second. Just call the question.
Thank
You can give it to Moss this time. I'm feeling charitable.
And Councilmember Laredo. Thank you.
Oh, no, I mean,
Go.
vote on it, or,
No, we got to talk. He's going to explain it to us.
well, if you have the votes, then no need to talk.
Go, Jake.
Sure. It's an ILA with county, so with our dig one philosophy, we want to take advantage and replace our water and sewer network. And this ILA will allow us to have monies coming from Miami-Dade County.
I like that. Ed, any comments?
Yes, I do. If I remember reading correctly, we go ahead and we do a design document at 30%. We present it to the county. They say, no, we don't like it. We don't want to do it. They don't pay us for it. We lose a 30% design fee. Is that correct?
No, it has to be, engineering services also paid by the county.
I'm talking about when you read your interlocal agreement, maybe I didn't read it correctly. I'm not a lawyer. But when you're reading this, it appears to me, when we decide we want to do something, we go ahead, we do some design work, 30%. We submit it to them, have a meeting, go through the whole procedure, get diesel, all this other nonsense. And they say, you know what? We don't like the idea, or we don't like your price, or no, we're not interested in doing it. Well, who pays us for the 30%
Okay.
of what we've done?
That 30% refers to our project. So let's say we're gonna do Credible West McIntyre Street. So it actually give them 30% West McIntyre plans. Our plans are the stormwater. I understand. No, what they would do is actually we'll show them our project, what we're doing, and then ask them to join it. At that time, they will want to see our 30% plans to make their mind whether they want to do water and sewer in conjunction with this project. That's the 30% plan I'm referring to. Not that we would spend money to do 30% of water and sewer plans and ask them to pay for it. That's not the case.
What you're telling me is we won't do any work unless they agree to pay for it.
Correct.
Yes, so the overall arching purpose, this joint Joint Powers Authority.
JPA.
JPA is really just an overarching agreement. We will actually have an individual agreement for each one of the projects. So when we identify a location where we're going to do construction, and it just so happens to be in the same location where they're either doing a capital water or capital sewer projects, they will ask us to integrate that into our project. And by doing that, we'll work with them for a cost estimate of what that would be. They will pay that to us in advance. Obviously, we'll have some accounting and reporting requirements, but we will then do the construction on their behalf based on their standards, but they will pay us for it. Each one of those projects will have an individual separate agreement based on this higher JPA.
Ed, you drew this agreement up?
No, I agree with him. What the 30% is what Jake said, which is once we get our plans to a 30%, we approach the county to see if they want to participate in their infrastructure being upgraded. If not, then we proceed with the project, our project. So we're not going to lose money.
Water and sewer. The only thing we proceed with is roads within.
Yes,
the village.
correct.
Is that correct?
Correct. That's correct.
What's the purpose of this agreement then? Since basically it doesn't agree to do anything other than to agree later on.
Yeah, this was really to provide for the overarching umbrella agreement, the master agreement. So in the future, if an eligible project were to arise, that at the county level, we'll be able to enter into these JPAs administratively and not go to the county commission. And at the village level, we'll have that pre-authority also. So it would be more of an efficient process.
One of the things mentioned is that the same useful life, 50 years of the existing utility, and they're probably going to have to replace at the same time that we're going to are digging. Do we have any authority, do we have any ability to say, hey, you're not giving us a level of service or whatever else is necessary based on public utilities to coerce them? I don't use the word force, so I use the word coerce them into replacing so that we can do them at that time.
Yeah. So this is kind of based on our plan, our future infrastructure plan in conjunction with their capital plan for water and sewer. And, we've seen it now out over 5 years. We're going to ask it out over 10 years. And then we'll also ask for any future projections beyond that. And if we see that we're about to do any construction on any areas where this infrastructure, their infrastructure needs to be upgraded, we will ask to include that into our project. Whether we can compel them is a different story, but we're going to work with them if we see it on their capital plan to say, can we bring this forward? Because we're going to do this in year 4, let's say. You have it in year 7. Can we bring it back to year 4?
Are they treated as a public utility?
Are they treating us as a public utility?
No, are they treated as a public?
I don't know their official
I don't
standard on terms of that, but they obviously they take in utility rates, but I don't know what their definition is.
But I don't think that governments
their
are regulated like by the PSC. Like,
right.
I don't think
Councilmember Later was.
There's a level of service that they have to provide.
Yes.
In other words, if they start providing substandard level of service due to antiquated equipment, pipes, pumps, whatever have you, there's nothing we can do.
No, they do have a level of service they do need to abide by. If the pipes are substandard, they would replace them, obviously. But I think your point was that if we get to a project and the pipes are they say are in fair condition, we believe they're in poor condition. How can we, convince them that it has to be upgraded? I think that's what you were really saying, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. And I think that ultimately those facilities are theirs, but I think that we would have to provide, Jake would have to go in there as an engineer and say, hey, this is really not functioning correctly. You guys need to check this. But ultimately it is their choice, it's their facilities.
But Councilmember, we can also address this, and we are addressing this on a regular basis. And they've been doing, as you noticed, quite a significant amount of maintenance and repair on their water and sewer infrastructure over the last couple of years, and they're going to continue to do so. They've been quite aggressive in Key Biscayne, because we have some of the older systems here, both from a maintenance perspective, and also they have a fairly aggressive capital plan as well.
Let's get back to this agreement, okay? Because let's focus on what's in front of us. Ed, what are your objections to this agreement?
Well, basically, you're telling me that we will not do something unless we can get reimbursed for it, then I have no objection. But like some other things we do things, hopefully get reimbursed, and then we don't. And you're telling me that we will get reimbursed anything we do. Is that correct?
Is that correct, Manager?
It's actually even better.
We will get reimbursed with those sub-agreements. That will be the agreement that we'll enter into. So we will go into we'll do a cost estimate. They'll verify that cost estimate, and that will be the agreement that we'll go into. So the answer is yes. But when we're going
to go hire an engineer to determine a feasibility of a project, then present it to them. And we pay the engineer, and they say we're not interested. We still have to pay our engineer, is that correct?
Well, we're still going forward with our project.
Yeah.
If we're going forward with a project, this is to work in connection with them.
Mike, I just want to make sure we don't go ahead and do this agreement and then wind up spending a lot of money and receiving nothing.
But the intent of this also, though, council member, is this is not like hey, we want to do this project in 6 months. We're going to be working with them, looking at their capital plan over the next 10 years and integrating it into our capital plan so that we can have these conversations about projects that are 3, 4, 5 years out, not next year's projects. So, we're already looking down the road, doing cost estimates, joint cost estimates with them to include those projects into our projects.
By entering into this agreement, are we bound to do anything with?
Nothing right now, no.
This just gives us the authority to enter into agreements, the sub-agreements, if we see opportunities moving forward.
Project-specific agreements.
Project-specific agreements.
And therein lies the job description of the manager, to make sure.
Excuse me?
Is that correct?
I did not hear you, council member.
Gives them the authority to enter into agreements with us on an individual basis for different sub-projects that come along for water and sewer.
Yeah, what happens is we agree to this first, and then they bring this, the water and sewers agreed to this as a department, and then this will go to the Board of County Commissioners for final approval. And then both of us will have the approval. Excuse me?
We're at 10.
Once they do that, then they can do individual sections, pumps, whatever, lift stations, without going back to county commissioners.
Correct.
No, yeah, it'll be an administrative process from then on.
All right.
Then I have no objection.
All right. Anybody else? Comments, questions? Call the question.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. The next item is a resolution of the Village Council of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, selecting Caballero, Bierman, Yerna, and Garcia LLP for independent external auditing services in an amount not to exceed $174,000 over 3 years, providing for authorization and providing for an effective date.
Move. Second.
On behalf of Ed London, may I just ask one quick question? Are these our current?
No, they're not.
So we bid it out?
Correct.
Thank you.
All right. Ed, any questions here?
Well, I recommend approval.
Oh, holy crap. Take the vote
call
now.
the question.
Go.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Check the box.
The next item is a resolution of the Village Council of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, selecting Thorn Run Partners, LLC, for lobbying services related to beach nourishment and other resilience initiatives in an amount not to exceed $72,000 annually, providing for authorization and providing for an effective date.
Moved.
Was a second?
Second. I'll second it. I'll give it to her.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
On behalf of Ed London again.
Yeah, who's up?
Did we go out for bids on this?
I hope not.
I don't think we did on this one because this is a
the people we've
continuing.
been using.
No, I know who they are, but All right, and the reason is because,
So let me tell you, so Thorn Run Partners obviously has been working for us approximately
Yes.
3-4 years.
Right.
We brought them purposely on board to assist us with the Corps of Engineers to get first what we thought was the beach study, but now it's now turned into both a beach and a back bay study. So my recommendation is to continue to stick with them as we go forward. We're at the point we're moving forward to get into the Corps of Engineers work plan this year, and we need to continue to use them because they have the greatest access and the best knowledge of what we're trying to do. We may have a different conversation next August, but right now we're at the point where I believe we need these people.
right, my whole point, Mr. Manager, is to get on the record a policy that was initiated by Ed, supported by most of us, about when possible, bid.
Right.
And if it's not an explanation, you've given me the explanations, I think.
And that's my recommendation.
Okay.
This,
That's fine.
lobbyists are special in certain cases.
I agree with you. I'm
You
not.
need to have relationships.
But I
in
think
this
it's
case.
I just like, I'm a stickler for process.
Sure.
Yes, sir.
I like that the cost hasn't gone up.
Ed, you had questions, concerns?
Yeah, well, you say the back bay study, Steve, what you call them?
Shoreline
What
protection.
you want to call the beach study. At this point in time, if the back bay study, why don't you tell us about the status of the back bay study, which, if that doesn't work, I understand we're not in the ocean beach study.
Shoreline Protection Act.
Yes, so right now, what we are working on right now is that the Jacksonville District's put together a scope of work and a cost estimate for something that's called a combined beach and back bay feasibility study. That study is going to be put forward in this year's, they call it the Corps of Engineer work plan, which will be funded through the FY 23 budget. The Energy and Water Committee has put down $30 million to support the work plan, and so we are pursuing that project. Our goal is to get seed money this year, which would initiate that project. As you know, the beach study has already moved forward. We've got the results of that. That subsequent study would then tie the beginning of the analysis on the back bay with the beach study, and then begin to make recommendations on how we protect the backside of the island.
Did we allocate money from our last budget? I thought to give the money towards that study.
We do. We do have money set aside. We will have a matching requirement. It's a 50-50 federal local sponsor split. Miami-Dade County has agreed to split the local amount 50-50. So for us, it'll be a total of 25%. Miami-Dade County will be 25%, and the federal government will be 50%.
Ed, so to give you some comfort, may I tell you, I was very involved at the beginning where we were not, talk about having no seat at the table. We were not even in the same state. And their work helped us to, at least now we're at a stage where changing now would be, at a critical time, not worth it.
What was your question, Ed?
I said, when we set some money aside, we had an estimate of what the back bay study was going to cost us. That's still the same amount, Steve, or has it changed?
It's the same amount as it stands right now. It has not changed. Right now we've been told that we have authorization, and to understand how the federal government works a little bit different than us, but you get authorization to do something. We have the authorization to do that. What we now need is appropriations. And so our expectation is we're going to ask for $400,000 from the work plan, FY23 work plan, at the same time that we'll be working with Representative Salazar for money in FY24, another $400,000. We have $500,000 set aside, as we asked for. We rolled over from last year, as you recall, so we can continue to also offer money, if necessary, to induce them to do the work by having a local match.
So basically now, we're talking about $900,000 be our contribution.
No. What
Then we have 500,000 set aside.
Right.
Now you're adding 400,000 more?
No.
I didn't understand.
No, we're asking for $400,000 in the work plan, which is actually money coming directly from the Corps of Engineers.
And then in the FY24 budget, working with Representative Salazar, we will be asking for them to put a request for $400,000 into the FY24 budget. Federal money, not local money.
How much did we set aside?
500,000.
I've said this before, Mr.
500,000, yes.
Okay. And you're saying we won't need any more money, or we need money in this current budget for that?
Right now, at this point, we don't know how much more we need. Right now, we've got to see what actually Jacksonville submits as the final cost estimate. We know what the initial cost estimate is, but it depends on what the work plan approves with the project going forward.
Okay. I think I understand. I also, Luis, I agree that we really shouldn't be changing penalties in mid-race.
All right.
And I only want to, I brought this up before, and no matter where you sit on the political spectrum, Salazar, whom I know well and everything else, it's a Republican, therefore a minority, which is fine to work with her as our district, but also on the Democratic side, as you know, the committees that write the budget. And are our people in Washington looking at that? Because
we do. We actually get a recommendation. We got a recommendation from the entire South Florida delegation, which includes Wasserman Schultz, who actually has a significant position.
You said the key word.
But even more, who has a significant position on the Energy and Water
Call
Committee.
the question. Anybody got any more comments, questions? Call it.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Was there an opposed?
No, he was.
All right, thank you. The motion passes. The next item is a resolution of the Village Council of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, selecting Ackerman LLP for lobbying services relating to beach nourishment and other resilience initiatives in an amount not to exceed $60,000 annually, providing for authorization and providing for an effective date.
Second.
Thank you.
Same thing applies here.
Yeah, I think this is the same.
Yeah.
Ed, questions? It's the same thing.
Why do we need two lobbyists?
Well, these Ackerman actually is not a lobbyist. He's actually a maritime lawyer. He actually works with us when it comes to permitting, technical issues for maritime issues, and also understanding the agencies in the state of Florida. Not only is this individual a maritime lawyer with Ackerman, he's also the Florida Inland Navigation District Commissioner. So he's got some connections, obviously.
Helpful for us.
With FDEP, the Corps of Engineers from a permitting side, as well as Durham. He's been very, very helpful in terms of working through some permitting issues that are very successful in actually getting this project through with the Corps of Engineers. But I do want to make a key point here. It's not to exceed $60,000.
Thank you.
It's not to exceed $60,000. His cost is $550 an hour. We're usually much less than the $60,000. We're much less.
Or not use.
Excuse me?
Or not use them.
Right.
Right.
Yeah,
That's why I wanted to make clear.
We only use them for what he only charges for what we use.
I understand, but it's important to say it in plain English. It's an authorization that they don't necessarily, he has the authority to spending, but it could be that we don't need them.
Well, we will need them, but we may not need them for $60,000.
Okay, well.
All right. All right.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. The next item is a resolution of the Village Council of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, selecting National Marketing Group Services, Inc. for health insurance broker services pursuant to request for proposals number 2022-07 in an amount not to exceed $158,000 over 3 years, providing for authorization and providing for an effective date.
Moved.
I'm sorry, who moved it?
I got it.
And second? Vice Mayor Moss, thank you.
I'll take the second.
You better take the second.
Yeah, so at the strategic planning retreat, obviously we put an emphasis on putting contracts out to bid. This is another one of those examples on our list. This is a contract that hadn't been bid in the last 10 years. We put it out. There was 8 respondents. Of that, 5 of them were qualified. From the scoring them 5, National Marketing Group won the bid based on price and obviously their experience, technical experience, and experience of the staff as well.
And we're saving a lot.
So the big difference in putting out this contract was before we were on a commission basis. Obviously, when you add employees, health insurance rates increase over time. That makes the commission increase over time. For this one, we wrote it with a flat fee. So therefore, we're not going to be impacted by those as much anymore. And we're probably going to cut the fee in about half. So
beautiful.
Significant savings.
Are they the incumbent?
They are.
Oh, they are the
actually,
incumbent?
they are the incumbent, however, they did bid, just like any other firm, and there was.
Perfect.
And won at fair and square, and they dropped their existing fee almost in half to be able to win this
But you
bid.
see, don't want to give praise to Ed London too much. But you see where his push on this is important?
That's right.
We're sitting around paying stuff, and nobody's checking. Put it out to bid, all of a sudden say, oh, wow, well, we can do better.
Competition.
I mean, we do have to give credit to Ed London.
And I give credit to our staff for getting it done.
Yep.
Yeah, I know, but he had to yell and scream about just get a thing out there for bids. And you gave due diligence, serious due diligence to everybody else.
I want to be clear, this
Consideration, because that's another word out there in the community. It's just, okay.
This contract and the audit contract before, the same process. We're going down that whole list, prioritizing them, and you'll see more of these keep on coming because we do take it seriously.
Thank you, Ed.
Ed, any points?
Like a question. Basically, you're getting a commission. You're evading your commissions to us.
They're not getting a commission. It's a flat fee.
Flat fee.
When they write a policy, when they represent a carrier, they're getting a commission. The question is, normally, you do it two ways. When they get the commission, are they rebating that commission to us?
They're no longer getting a commission. It's just a flat fee.
From the
insurance
carrier
carriers.
to them.
The insurance carriers are not.
What I'm saying is, normally, they're an insurance agent. They write a policy for $1,000. They're going to get $80 or $100 back. Are they going to give us the $80 or $100?
They're not getting the money back from the insurance carrier anymore. They're only receiving a flat. The village is going to be paying them directly, not the insurance carrier.
The carrier is going to give us a net price, which is not common in the insurance business.
I can answer that.
So we have Roger
Please.
Gonzalez from National Marketing Group.
Beautiful. Come on up.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Manager. The commission is taking off the premium rates. Therefore, you get lower premium rates. Every commission, 6%, whatever it is, reflects on the premium rates. That's no longer the case. You got this year, you got a renewal of 3.99, single digit. That's amazing.
Okay, so that's
So we're going to get net rates.
Yeah, 3.99 renewals on your premium.
excellent.
At the end of the day, it's about service. And that's what we're all about.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anything else? Call the question.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Todd.
Should I add it now?
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you for
Apologies. I didn't
waiting.
realize you were here. I would have put you up to the front.
The next item is the capital project authorizing resolution of the Village Council of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, selecting Aquatrend Pools LLC to provide pool repair services for the Community Pool Improvements Project in an amount not to exceed $229,695, providing for authorization and providing for an effective date.
Moved.
Second.
Thank you.
Todd.
So yeah, this was obviously a,
And thank you for saving paper. This is the one where you didn't put the whole contract in.
yeah.
I'm sorry.
No,
This
that's
is the
not to be
result
done
of,
unless a specific council member, unless we pass something on that. I want the whole thing.
Okay.
Thank you.
Result of an RFP. If you recall, we were looking to do this project when we had an engineer on site. They recognized that the work was much more substantial than we had originally hoped. So when we came back to you on April 12th, this was funded at a higher level in the budget amendment that you passed that evening. Then we were subsequently able to put out the bid. The bid came back. We've looked at it. We've had the engineer review the low bid. He thinks it's adequate. We've reached out to their contacts in the prior work, and everybody's been positive. So we're hoping you can approve and we can proceed with this project.
So is this resurfacing the bottoms of the pools, doing all that work too?
And it's more substantial. It's actually replacing the pool deck.
Okay, but I mean,
around the pool.
but also resurfacing.
Yes.
How long is the pool going to be
Interior
out
and
of
outside.
commission?
It was 45 days we had. Yep,
How many?
45 days.
It's going to be out 45 days?
Yeah.
When are we going to start?
We've been down this road a couple times. If you recall, I wanted to get through this, make
Right.
sure that we were proceeding.
Okay, fair enough.
And then.
Anybody have questions? Call it.
Be done.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Public comments or
Yeah,
manager's
we're gonna
report?
do, what?
That vendor was here too.
Well, I didn't know, so, what am I in trouble because of vendors here? Anybody got public comments? Public comments? Bueller? All right,
Want me to read the instructions?
no. Okay, yes, read them into the Zoom. Let's go.
If you'd like to speak during public comments, please call 305-365-7569, then enter Zoom meeting ID number 231-627-8415, followed by pound. There is no participant ID. Press pound again, then press *9, which will place you in a queue. When it is your turn to be called, you'll be called by the last 3 digits of your telephone number. If you have joined through the Zoom app, please click the raise your hand button.
Okay, and by the way, those instructions are about as impossible to follow as any instructions I've ever heard. If somebody did that to me while I was on the phone, I'm not blaming you, I'm just saying, if I was trying to follow along, there's no way I get that done in time to actually get a call in. It's like, I mean, I'm sorry, it's like enter the nuclear codes, hop up and down on 1 foot while you're tapping. Anyway, that's.
I wonder if there's maybe some
There's
way
got to
to
be a
make
better way to
that
do this, so it's easier for people to
a
call.
little
That's just
shorter.
impossible. Anyway, nobody's signing up. I'm going to close public comments. What do we got next?
The next item is the manager's report, reports and recommendations, village manager's report.
So, Mr. Mayor, we're going to go through this. We're going to go through it quickly.
Yes,
I
sir.
had my staff put a lot of work together.
I know, I appreciate that.
Here.
Couple good news. First thing I want to do, and I think you know this, but I do want to mention that we got $450,000 from the county
Awesome.
of road impact fees for
Thank
Granite
you.
Boulevard.
Appreciate it.
And I do specifically want to thank Senator Garcia for
Yes,
her
absolutely.
assistance and hard work. She really stood up to bat for us after the governor vetoed that. We talked about Rickenbacker Causeway, Bear Cup Bridge. Great news on those. We should expect to have a new freebie in September. We kicked off the K8 Stormwater Basin design. We are planning a reception in conjunction with the Community Foundation for Principal Pena in mid-September. Dates we're looking at right now is 7, 14, or 15 September.
Excellent.
The Island House easement is finally finalized, which is great. And we held a hurricane preparation exercise on August 17th. With that, I'm going to have Jeremy come up and do 2 things. Give you a quick overview. It's in your packet on the quarterly code compliance report that you guys asked for, and also talk about the incentives for stormwater and green infrastructure.
Okay.
3 minutes.
So we have quick overview. While we're setting up the code compliance, I'll go ahead and discuss briefly the stormwater intention. So something we're working on with Jake in Public Works. We know we have a number of waterfront properties where it would be fantastic if we could get an easement through their site. This is us asking them. They're not compelled to do this. We cannot compel them to do this, really, short of eminent domain. So what we're looking at is, are there some things that folks are interested in that we can do, create an incentive for them to give us stormwater infrastructure easements on their properties? One of the things that came to mind when we were looking at it is an expansion of the 3rd floor level where they're limited to 600 square feet. You know, these would be, by their very nature, pretty limited numbers throughout the village because there's only so many places where we need, you know, stormwater elements inserted. So we're trying to find the right levers to pull to incentivize folks to do this without giving away the farm at the same time. But that's what we're looking at right now.
Okay.
We might also look at some relaxation potentially of some types of setbacks if it's another type of infrastructure where there's actually above ground elements. So if we had injection wells, pump equipment that has above ground elements, trying to make it balanced.
Jeremy, just this is your last report. I just kidded you a lot today, but you had a heavy day, which is a lot of work that goes behind it. I hope you know that we're kidding, or at least I'm kidding. So you're doing a wonderful job. Thank you.
Yeah, it's a lot of culmination
Yes,
here.
I
So
know. Today's been full of controversial. So thank you.
So next was something you all requested regarding code compliance in a quarterly report. We'll sort of go into a little bit more broadly about what our staff does overall for this first one, and then we can be sort of more crunching numbers in the future. But this is our team, and they do an amazing job. We have Dario, who is overseeing, Jessica Garcia, who's in the office and handling a lot of our business tax receipt information, and Walker, who's our more recently hired officer, who's out in the field as well. Having two officers is a big difference. It means we're here on the weekends more, where we've been catching, noise complaints, issues on construction on weekends where it's prohibited, that sort of thing. So I think, code compliance overall, we really do put an emphasis on the compliance part as opposed to enforcement part, and try and do a lot of work on the front end to prevent needing to go into enforcement. So they do a tremendous number of different tasks that are listed. I'm not going to go into them here, but it's probably a lot more and a lot more collaborative with our public works and our building team than most people sort of consider. So a lot of, on the compliance front, we do quite a bit of information sessions working with condos, waterfront condos, when we're coming into turtle season. There's a huge effort for beach management plans, for instance. And so we try and do a lot of that education effort up front, and then we get into informal communication, and then sort of as a last resort is when we get to that notice of violation. We will go there, and we will happily plunge into it if we're seeing repeat violations or people are being non-responsive. But it is definitely the last thing we want to get to if we can get compliance before then. So this is just outlining that process. And then in terms of overall caseload, this is the breakdown where you see where we really do try, and over 98% is through compliance actions, not through violations. And then all of the different teams that we work with through interdepartmental work, BZP, Public Works, Police, Fire, Parks and Rec, Business Tax, Special Magistrates, that's all part of the job. And so they're actually involved in part of our hurricane response as well, when we would be doing assessments in the village for BZP, but also day-to-day inspections, and the same with Public Works. And they work with police quite a bit as well. For instance, I'm not sure who responded to the bus on the beach first, but also in terms of golf cart management, things that are not necessarily in the criminal code but are in our local ordinances, those things can get handled at special magistrate as well. And they work with our fire team. We actually did a very, very thorough co-inspection of all of our outdoor dining with code compliance and our fire inspector when we were working on this ordinance as well. So Parks and Rec, they are working and working with all the personal trainers and all the staff that's out there in the parks, making sure they have BTRs, and also periodically looking at inspections. And then business tax receipts, this is something we've been working on and can go in a little bit more detail on, but this has been a matter of getting back to a compliance level and back to a participation level that had sort of fallen off during COVID. And finally, where this all comes to a head, and the sort of the appellant arm, the enforcement arm, is really through the special magistrates and preparing cases for the special magistrates. And also finally, in environmental advocacy. Quite a bit of our work is on the beach side and beach management plans. I mean, it's really pretty exemplary with participation from management in terms of changing out everything from changing out light bulbs to furniture management plans and everything to get the turtle nesting as in good shape as it is. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think I'm done for the night.
So that is, he is done for the night.
Oh my
What about the sign?
Long night.
I do want to highlight something, and this is something that our code did very closely with Public Works, particularly Roland. As you know, we had the issue with some water in some of our condos over the last couple of weeks, some water residue that was a little stickier than I think a lot of people liked it to be. But both of our code officers, along with Roland, reached out to all three of the condominiums, asked if they needed any help, any support. We offered them, not offered them, but told them what labs to go to, made sure they had connections with water and sewer to make sure the water that was coming in. So again, going with what Jeremy says, we might not be to blame, but we're definitely responsible. And that's kind of the idea that our code guys take when they go out there to help our residents.
Good job.
Thank you for that.
Next one up is the Resilient Infrastructure Plan. Roland is off kite surfing in the Turks and Caicos, so
And we'll do it again next
he will not be doing it. But what I will do is by the end of the week, I will give you guys a report packet and make sure I give you the details on that one as well. Awesome. And this one, I promised to give her a chance to come up here and do this, so I'm going to get Colleen up here, and she is going to go through it very, very quickly, but she's going to highlight some of the exciting capital projects we're doing right now. We're all talking New York speed right now, so you got to keep with us. And you know what that is.
Not fast enough.
Which one is it? It's the arrows. Okay. All right. Good evening, council members, mayor, vice mayor. You can. All right. So we're making good progress on our fiscal year 22 CIP. One really minor change is that we are going to have to push back the EV charging stations completion because there's a fiber optic cable that needs to be run. That's in the works. Roland's the point person on that, but that's the only thing I think that's really changed from this perspective. And pretty much the same as usual for our professional services, maintenance, repairs, major projects. So nothing significant there. Go on to the fun stuff. Wanted to give you an update on the Crandon Boulevard traffic flow and safety plan because there's a lot of moving parts with that. We received BCC's final draft of their study. We're reviewing it internally, and our new engineer, Farhat, is going to be the person that's managing them. He keeps me updated, and we are going to we're going to prioritize the recommendations that they give us, and the green bike lane bid documents are being reviewed by FDOT, and once they're approved, we should be able to issue a bid or a invitation to bid in September, and that should be completed by December, the green bike lanes. And the county, as Steve mentioned, gave us $450,000 for this project, so we're really pleased about that, and it's on track to be completed. Or the green bike lanes are on track to be completed. The Crandon Boulevard full project is going to be a couple years. We have some work to do in the next year. The splash pad, as Todd is involved with that, we have some fun demo pics here, and they poured the concrete padding. This is going to be sort of a two-phase project. The fixtures aren't going to come in till later, but we should be able to open it up in December. That's making good progress as well. Right. And then we're also hoping to complete Paradise Park by the end of the year. It's the date we're going for. Durham is still in the process of abandoning the second wells. The excavation of the dirt is ongoing in August, and the Badia Plaza fabrication is beginning to get underway. And then the walk-through plaques that we've been developing for the history plaques, that language is finalized and approved by Joan Gilblank, the island historian. Awesome. Mm-hmm. And that is, in our funding pursuits, we wanted to give you a little update on what we're pursuing. Resilient Florida's design grant that we're going after is actually due next week. We're working with Whitney Gray, our consultant, to help us develop that. She's been really, really great on that. Roland and I are making that happen. And the Florida Department of the FERDAP grant is something that Todd's working on that's due at the end of this month. We're using Ryan Ruskey from RMPK to help us with that one. And we're about to begin the process to develop the Coastal Partnership Initiative grant for the next year's island path. So those are the three that are coming up, but this is sort of the full gambit of what we've submitted, what we've proposed, and what we're still pursuing.
Awesome. Keep going.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Any questions? We're good? Okay.
And just for very specifically on the Crandon Boulevard, for the amount that they gave us, the $450,000, that's specifically for the first two intersections, some additional work along the way. The ITB for that is going to go out by the end of the month, correct, Jake? ITB, and then we hope to bring that to council in November, if not November, in December, in order to move forward to get construction underway for that portion of Crandon Boulevard. Next item's on here is real quick. I also see that it's also on the council member and mayor's items, but my request is to change the Winter Concert Series committee to a non-sunshine board. They're basically doing something similar that the 4th of July committee does, is just putting together events. And they're not forming because they don't want to do it in the sunshine. I'd rather have them actually supporting.
What do we need to do that?
I don't know the exact procedures, but
They have to be, I think you have to be a committee that reports to the manager. The 4th of July committee is its
Chad,
own
what do we have to
thing.
do to make this happen?
I think we need to look at the ordinance and see how they sunset. I don't recall offhand.
Let's do that.
And then, we have established other fact-finding committees.
Let's have that ordinance on, let's have it on the ordinance.
It may not be an ordinance. It may be just a deliver their report, or we'll look at it and see.
Cool.
Can you get the sense or a resolution that that's what we want?
Yeah. Just do whatever we have to do to get them out of the sunshine so they can work. Perfect. That's what we need.
Yeah.
Next.
And I think we have a picture. Do we have a picture to show about the recommendation for the new entry block sign? Oh, it's in the packet?
It's in the package.
Where is
What's
it?
the timetable on that?
To actually put it in?
No, the timetable, when it's going to start.
The entry block sign?
Yes.
Oh, once we get approval from you, we're going to start moving.
Okay.
Well, when are you coming back to it? When are you coming back for a vote? Or is this, so you're just telling us about it?
Well, we're sharing it. I mean, if you like what you
move
see,
it.
we'll move forward.
I move it.
Anybody have any problem with the sign?
Why are we replacing the sign?
Much more, an improved visual capability.
Yeah, the one we have now is not exactly,
But I like the character of the one we have. I don't know if we can bring that character in. and
Not the front one. We're talking the one with the.
The one that says "Welcome to Village of Key Biscayne."
No, not the front one. The one where it's.
When you're
It
coming.
says there's a council meeting at 6:30.
Yeah, that one, and it says "Village of Key Biscayne" on the bottom, or "Welcome to Village of Key
No,
Biscayne" on the bottom.
that's the first one.
That's the first one.
We're not
With
getting
the
rid of that one.
limestone.
There's a little limestone one.
No, that's not that.
We're
It's
not
the
getting rid of
second
that one.
They're both
Oh, there's a
limestone.
second one. I didn't know there was a second one.
There's two signs,
They're
yes.
both limestone.
I know there were two. Gonna swear to you.
But we have time to go look at that before making any decisions, right?
Well, the sign's right here. If you want some time, we'll give
No,
you
but I
time.
want to go see which sign we're talking about, and even from this drawing, it doesn't really show you the finishes, and I just want to make sure that we keep that character. I don't want to lose
made
it
that
and
clear.
just look like
25
a.
minutes talking about a sign.
We're clear. But Jake, we'll take you out there. He'll show you exactly what we're looking at. No, it's the exact same concepts. We just need to get a better sign, better connections with better visibility to communicate.
And it's a little higher.
Yes, and higher.
And larger, and the electronic panels are failing as well.
And
Whenever it
LP,
rains.
Are we all good with it, other than
Yes, sir.
Brett? Okay.
Absolutely.
Was there a motion?
There's no.
We'll take you out.
Yeah, he made a motion. I second the motion. I second that emotion.
And we'll take you out.
Say motion or
We
emotion?
got 2 minutes till the.
Right. I'm not going beyond 11 o'clock tonight.
let's go, let's
We're
go.
good. Next.
All those in
Aye.
favor
Aye.
of this proposed design?
Okay.
Okay. We're good?
We get the 20.
No, there were no opposed. What
I'm
else?
sorry.
The
Sorry, excuse me.
Opposed.
All
I guess.
those in favor?
Aye.
We all said aye.
I'm waiting for that.
You're opposed. Thank you.
All right. The 29th,
The next item,
I move it.
wait,
What's that?
Second,
oh, I'm sorry.
whatever it is.
I don't even know what the.
Wait, Mayor and
Change in
council
the November
members.
meeting.
Right, let's
excuse
go.
me. So Winter Concert Series already discussed. Beach park improvements, develop list of needs and desires for the beach park and report back to council.
Okay.
Look, so last time this came back to us about the beach park, I'm concerned a bit about how much we really want to change out there. I walked with it with the manager 2 days ago.
Pointed you. We told you, go take a look and what are your concerns and come back.
And you want me to put the list together? And
Yeah,
bring
put
it
the list together and come back to our next meeting. That's what we
I want
talked
to do
about.
that because I want to do
We
a
got
little
you.
bit more minimal.
Go,
but-
do it.
Okay, all right, done.
And just so for the mayor and the council to be aware, we actually have two community meetings in September. I believe they're on the 15th and 27th. Is that correct?
Perfect.
Yeah, one's a daytime, one's a nighttime. We want to hit as many people as
Great.
possible.
Awesome.
So, Vice Mayor, yeah, when you and I did the walk, and obviously we want to intake your
Okay.
inputs as
What's
well.
next?
Next item, Key Biscayne Community School K-8, welcome new administration. Vice Mayor Moss.
Yeah, I know that the manager already brought this up, and
Genius.
but
Oscar
I do
brought it
want to just put. I wanted to add a little. I wanted to add a little bit more to this. That since Mass Middle School has pushed a lot of the middle school students over there, I think that I really want, there's been some great things going on over there, and I've got to meet the principal and their new administration, and they're excellent. And I see that we're going up, and I want to make sure we're big supporters, especially for that middle school here in the K-8, to continue to build that up to being a really strong middle school with sports and things that they can really enjoy. So whatever we can do to work together with all the groups, the parents, the PTAs, everything, we got to help.
That's why we did the AAB.
Okay.
What's the last thing?
Okay.
May I have a motion to accept?
No, what's the next item?
Schedule a date for administration to present the Village of Key Biscayne's routine inspection, maintenance, and repair plan for public facility and physical assets. Vice
Manager
Mayor
already
Moss.
told me he's going to bring back that and schedule that for us. Okay.
Then council meeting date change from November 22nd to November 29th.
There's no action the council can take at this point.
Correct.
So
We're not going to be the council then.
So
We don't have any
they
action
didn't do a
anyway.
motion to
On
extend
November
the meeting.
29th? No, we don't have authority for that. Okay.
We didn't end the meeting.
You'll have to have some sort of quick
So
meeting.
what do we leave it on the 22nd for now?
All right,
or
motion to adjourn.
Second.
Can't take action.
The action is the clerk is recommending that it be moved to the 29th. She'll follow up with all of you afterwards.
Okay.
Thanks, guys.